Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honour.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, before I commence by opening the bushfire inquiry, can I thank Your Honour for the indulgence of starting a little late this morning? And can I explain, for the benefit of people who may be following the proceedings, each day, Your Honour's court staff and the council assisting team have been ready to go at 10, as have the interested parties. Most days the technology gives us a little hiccup that we need to sort out, and with the assistance of Your Honour's court staff we've been able to sort most of those hiccups out. But most particularly the flooding in northern New South Wales coming down now towards the mid-north coast has impacted upon this hearing almost every day in the last 2 weeks, and this morning is no exception. There are a large number of witnesses who have gone out of their way to make sure that they're available to give evidence, even in circumstances where the initial plans we had in place for them have come awry or gone awry because of flooding. So I just want to thank, via Your Honour, the witnesses this morning, including Acting Inspector Crotty, who Your Honour will shortly hear from, and who has been involved in evacuation and other flood disaster relief work in the recent days, and who has gone to some effort this morning to actually have to drive to a point where he can now actually give evidence with a reliable internet connection. But not just police, RFS, investigators and members and many members of the community in the last 2 weeks have actually put themselves out to drive to somewhere safe and dry in order to give evidence in these proceedings. We're grateful for that effort, and that explains some of the days when we're not starting right at 10.
Thank you, Ms Ward, and I echo what you say. I'm extremely grateful for all of those people who have put themselves out in order to assist this inquest, and I know that everyone is going through, a lot of people who are involved in this inquest are going through extraordinarily difficult times at the moment, and so it's very much appreciated by this court, the efforts that they're going to make themselves available.
Your Honour, this morning, Your Honour will conduct the Coronial inquiry into the Bees Nest bushfire. These are the opening submissions for that inquiry, dealing with the cause and origin of the Bees Nest fire. The fire takes its name from a winding trail located within the Guy Fawkes River National Park, close to its suspected area of origin. The Guy Fawkes River National Park is located about 560 kilometres north of Sydney on the eastern edge of the New England tablelands, west of Dorrigo. It incorporates a high conservation value old growth forest, which is heritage listed and forms part of the much larger UNESCO World Heritage Gondwana rainforest. Some of the nearest towns to the park include the villages of Ebor, Hernani and Tyringham. Not unusually, the terrain within the park includes rainforests and gorges and waterfalls. In particular, many of us might know the Ebor Falls, a spectacular and well-known site on the road linking Armidale through to the east. The Bees Nest fire ultimately crossed into several local government areas: the Clarence Valley local government area, the Armidale Regional Local Government Area, and the Bellingen Local Government Area. This is encompassed within the lands of the Gumbaynggirr people. And I apologise to those people if I have mispronounced the proper interpretation of their name. I mean no disrespect. According to the material shortly to be tendered within the Coronial brief of evidence, the fire burned for approximately 2.5 months, and it impacted over 113,000 hectares of public and privately owned land. Approximately 40 structures, including nearly a dozen homes, were damaged or destroyed by the fire. A number of vehicles, farming equipment, infrastructure and machinery were also lost to its reach. Often in these opening submissions, the council assisting team will read out figures around the number of lost structures and other infrastructure, because these things are relatively easy to count in the aftermath of the fire. But the fires, of course, also had an enormous impact upon native flora and fauna. For instance, the bee's nest fire destroyed a number of important koala habitats on the Dorrigo Plateau. It's much harder to quantify this loss. There were, thankfully, no human loss of life as a result of the bee's nest fire, but there were lives interrupted and lives changed forever by the experience. This obviously includes the people living and working, whether in communities or perhaps more remotely within the path of the fire, but it also extends to people who came to help. So the police, the Rural Fire Service, the National Parks and Wildlife Service, the council workers, and others who were involved in fighting the fire or investigating the fire or helping others recover from the fire. These people too have been affected by their experience. Having acknowledged this, Your Honour, I also wish to emphasise that this is a hearing limited to two issues: the origin of the fire and its cause. Whilst these opening submissions will place the origin and cause into a broader context of what happened in the aftermath of the fire, this hearing will not today examine the adequacy or otherwise of the response to the bee's nest fire. The court today will hear evidence from the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Acting Inspector Matthew Crotty, and the Rural Fire Service Fire Investigator Muck Fuliga. These will be the only two witnesses to give oral evidence this morning. In addition, I will shortly tender the brief of evidence containing written statements from witnesses, operational records of responding agencies, and a range of other documents from those involved in the management and investigation of the fire, as well as statements from those who were impacted by it in some way. In that material, the court will receive evidence and accounts of community members who were troubled by, for instance, vegetation management and fuel loads in the lead up to the fire, communication issues and warnings whilst the fire was threatening homes, and the use of volunteers from out of town with no local knowledge of geography and typical conditions. I acknowledge these concerns, Your Honour, and the fact that they are raised in one form or another in very many of the fire inquiries that Your Honour is conducting across the state. However, they will not be further investigated today. Such an investigation is only useful if the court hears from every side of each story and the matters raised are more complex than can be summarised here. This is particularly the case when the court zooms out from a focus on any one single fire or any one single front on a single fire, and considers all that was going on across the state of New South Wales across the 2019-2020 bushfire season and beyond. Once the court has completed cause and origin hearings for fires across the entire state, the court will review the evidence and issues raised in each matter and determine which issues will proceed to further and more detailed consideration through representative case studies. The hearing into representative case studies will occur at this court commencing 5 September 2022. Your Honour, I know I keep repeating myself by including these details in each opening, but I am aware that there will be people at home watching proceedings today who are only coming in for the purpose of today's hearings, and it's important that they know that they can access further information via the New South Wales Coroners Court website, where the opening submissions from counsel assisting are included and can be watched at any time, and other important information is available on that site. So turning then to the investigation into the cause and origin of the bee's nest fire. There is conflicting evidence within the brief as to when the Bees Nest fire commenced. The report of fire to coroner has it at 16 August 2019, but the court might have some reservations about that date. Lightning strike data might suggest the Bees Nest fire was caused by a lightning strike from a storm that passed through the area on 30 August 2019. And indeed, reports of the fire seem to have reached the Rural Fire Service by 31 August of that year. The fire then came to the attention of local police in Armidale on 6 September 2019 due to weather change and deteriorating conditions, and numerous emergencies with the fire threatening and then actually impacting upon populated areas. But the later date obviously ties in with police being advised of the fire, not the actual start date of the fire. The point I make here, Your Honour, is twofold. Firstly, it seems obvious, but it is nonetheless important to reflect that the fire might have commenced hours or even days before any person first saw it and reported it. Secondly, whenever it started, the fire was visible and reported by late August 2019. So this is believed to be a winter fire in the middle of another drought year. As referred to earlier, the area of origin for the Bees Nest fire is believed to be a remote area of Guy Fawkes River National Park, approximately 17 kilometres north of the intersection of Guyra Road and Diambaran Road in Wongwabinda. The map brought up from page 133 of the, brought up from page 133 of the brief, helps the court to orientate to the scene. Bees Nest is marked next to the small fire icon towards the bottom left of the map. To the bottom of the map, the town of Ebor is marked. And to the northeast of Ebor, the village of Hanani is marked. When the map's displayed on screen, some of the font becomes a little difficult to read, but Your Honour, that's a clearer version. So you'll see Ebor to the bottom centre and then Hanani to the northeast. Hanani came under attack from the fire. The town of Dorrigo is then seen across to the east from Ebor, and although not shown on the main map, if Your Honour has regard to the map in full, the way it's presented within the brief, Your Honour will see that there's a key map to the bottom right-hand side of the page, and Your Honour will see that Coffs Harbour is actually on the coast, displayed on that map, and Armidale displayed to the southwest. If this fire in fact started by lightning strike, most likely on the 30th of August 2019, the fact that the fire was not observed and reported until the next day might be attributed to the remoteness of the area in which it originated and the low intensity with which it burned in its infancy. An investigation into the cause and origin of the Bees Nest fire was undertaken both by RFS Fire Investigator Mark Fuller and by Sergeant Nicole Hill of the New South Wales Police Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command. Unfortunately, Sergeant Hill's examination of the suspected area of origin was not conducted until 2 October 2020. This was over a year after the fire's ignition. Due to the passage of time, rainfall and regrowth had eliminated many indicators that an investigator would otherwise examine in order to determine the origin and then the cause of the fire. So it follows that Sergeant Hill was unable to form an opinion on those matters, cause and origin. The photographs that will now come up on screen will give Your Honour an idea of the extent of the vegetation regrowth after the fire had passed through. So, Your Honour, these photos are contained at page 75 through to 78 of the brief, and they are photos taken by Sergeant Hill when she conducted her investigation of the scene in 2020. Your Honour, much more relevantly, Mr Fuliga, in company with Stephen May, another fire investigator with the Rural Fire Service, inspected the presumed scene of the fire on 13 September 2019. So this was about 2 weeks after the fire is believed to have started. The court will hear that Mr Fuliga and Mr May walked the fire scene tracking macro and micro fire indicators. I anticipate that Mr Fuliga will tell the court that at one point in their review they separated and each followed different paths, tracking different flanks of the fire from severely burnt areas to areas of less damage. This exercise led them to a rocky knoll overlooking a valley on a plateau. Each of the fire investigators separately tracked the fire to a particular tree on the northern edge of the knoll. This was a turpentine tree that had the appearance of having been struck by lightning. This is best illustrated in the following photographs, which are taken from the Coronial brief at pages 47 to 51. These are the photos depicting what Mr Fuliga describes as a lightning scar travelling the full length of the trunk. The same photos will be used during Mr Fuliga's evidence so that he can explain in greater detail what is displayed within these photographs, because of course he has the benefit over the court of actually having been there and seen things for himself in real life. Additionally, Mr Fuliga observed an entry point of lightning into the ground at the base of the tree, staining on rocks at the base, suggesting that the fire commenced to burn away from the tree, and ground disturbance presumably caused by rocks and ground cover being momentarily thrown up as the lightning discharged into the earth. As I've said, Your Honour, Mr Fuliga had the advantage of actually attending the scene, so the photos he took and that we have just played are of great assistance in helping those of us who weren't there understand what he was looking at. But the two-dimensional representations lack perspective. So Mr Fuliga will speak to those photos in the course of his evidence. Mr Fuliga concludes there was no clear indication of consistent fire travel in any specific direction away from the subject tree. In the initial stages of the fire, it appeared to have burned very slowly with low intensity and could have been burning for up to a day before it was discovered. Lightning strike data has been obtained and reviewed, noting that whilst the data is incredibly useful in fire investigations such as these, the data also has its limitations. Not all lightning strikes might be recorded, and there is a margin of error in the accuracy by which the data plots the likely point at which the earth and lightning connected. This data highlights 4 lightning strikes detected in close proximity to the Bees Nest Trail on the evening of 30 August 2019. The 4 lightning strikes, and indeed others within the general area of origin, are depicted on the map that's now showing on the screen and which comes from page 161-5 of the brief. So Your Honour will see the 4 strikes on the evening of 30 August 2019 closest to the Bees Nest fire symbol are marked with numerical references. Your Honour will see one to the northwest, ending in the figures 66, 665. Another strike to the east, ending in the figures 67047, one to the south-southeast, ending in the figures 67176, and then another to the southwest, ending in the figures 67044. Mr. Fuliga concludes that the cause of the bee's nest fire was lightning strike to the tree identified during his inspection at the scene. He further concludes that the fire had burnt slowly and at a low intensity for an extended period of time before being discovered about 36 hours later. I'll now outline fire progression. The fire was authorised as going around 9 a.m. on 1 September 2019. Early firefighting efforts, including aerial bucketing and ground mop-up, effectively contained the fire, which was around 6 hectares size at this time. On 3 September, the fire spread significantly due to unfavourable weather conditions. Bureau of Meteorology weather data for bees' nests shows that whilst the maximum temperature was forecast to reach 26 degrees Celsius at 1 p.m, wind conditions were predicted to vary, with gusts reaching 50 kilometres per hour at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. The fire progression map at page 135 of the brief will now be brought up on screen. It shows the area burned as of 3 September 2019, and then when the court has regard to page 137 of the brief, Your Honour can see a later fire progression map showing the area burned as at 5 September, so 2 days later. The fire had rapidly increased in size, but seems to remain within the boundaries of the National Park, at least according to this map at this time. At 10:03 a.m. on 5 September, a Section 44 declaration was made, which gave the RFS control over firefighting operations. The next day, 6 September 2019, the fire breached containment and spread rapidly to the east. Weather data shows the maximum temperature reached that day was 28 degrees Celsius, with wind gusts of 70 kilometres per hour at 4 p.m, considered gale force strength. The fire was spotting hundreds of metres ahead of the fire front as it burned out of control. It crossed the Guy Fawkes River and spread rapidly from that point towards the locality of Marengo. Unfortunately, this was the first of several days that would upend the lives of local residents as numerous homes were lost to the fire. The photographs that follow will give us a glimpse into the reach of the smoke plume, looking towards the north, northeast and east from the viewpoint recorded in the photographs. Meanwhile, Your Honour, on 6 September, the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Acting Inspector Matthew Crotty, was performing duties at Armidale Police Station, where he was monitoring the Mount Mackenzie Road Tenterfield fire. This is a fire which Your Honour will inquire into on Friday. But this evidence highlights the fact that police were responding to more than one emergency in more than one part of the northern region on 6 September. It was whilst he was keeping an eye on that other fire at about 4:30 p.m. that the Detective Acting Inspector was informed of a large bushfire burning north of the village of Ebor and threatening homes in that area. He deployed Detective Senior Constable Mark Simmons and Matthew Robertson to the area. These two police officers took photos and videos that go a long way to showing us, so long after the event, the danger that people were facing on 6 September 2019. So what I propose to do now, Your Honour, is to play two short videos that these two police officers took on that day as they approached Ebor from Armidale. The smoke plumes here are coming from the north of the village, and Detective Senior Constable Simmons says that a strong westerly wind was carrying the smoke to the east. It takes about 1 hour to drive from Armidale to Ebor, so the videos we've just seen were probably taken around 5:30 p.m. The detectives continued driving past Ebor towards the village of Hanani. On the way, they noticed thick smoke blowing across the Armidale Road. They drove further up the Armidale Road towards Hanani, where they spoke with members of the Rural Fire Service. At that point, the fire was burning in several locations from the National Park onto private properties. The detectives were later informed that the fire could cross Armidale Road and spread towards Ebor. At about 6 p.m, they blocked the Armidale Road to all southbound traffic, with the exception of firefighting vehicles. At that point, a strong west-southwest wind was blowing, and Detective Senior Constable Simmons records visibility being extremely poor. They stayed at that location until about 8 p.m. before being notified of a family that was possibly trapped at their home with the fire approaching. Early attempts to look for the family were hampered by active fire front, dense smoke and poor visibility. This account, Your Honour, goes some way to explaining some of the chaos at the scene. People were scrambling and wondering about the safety of their family and friends, about their homes, their pets, their livelihoods. Communities were trying to keep track of each other via the bush telegraph. The missing family were, in fact, safe. As it transpires, on the evening of 6 September, whilst their home was under ember attack, 2 children called 000 asking for help while their parents were outside trying to fight the fire. Police, RFS and concerned neighbours ventured into dangerous conditions attempting to locate them, but were unable to access the property due to fallen trees and the extreme fire conditions. Later that evening, though, a concerned neighbour used his tractor to clear a path to the home, creating access to the property for police and RFS crews. This neighbour put himself at considerable risk to help emergency workers reach the property. Miraculously, and much to everyone's relief, everyone was located alive at the home. Whilst the fire did not cause them any serious physical injuries, the fear that they may perish and the psychological harm of being unable to escape an out-of-control fire would have undoubtedly taken a significant toll on the family and those who tried but were initially unable to reach them. So, Your Honour, it ought to be kept in mind that some New South Wales Police, RFS, but also many local volunteers, neighbours and friends, were later inspecting homes, expecting to find that people might have died in the fire and that they would be recovering or reporting bodies. Later on the evening of 6 September, Detective Senior Constable Simmons recalls speaking with a member of the local RFS brigade about the fire moving towards Tyringham. After several inquiries, it became clear that there was no police resource in the area and the situation in Tyringham was unknown. The detectives attempted to contact the local RFS captain, but mobile phone service was limited and they couldn't reach the captain. They decided to drive to the village themselves and arrived at the fire shed at about 1:30 a.m. The RFS captain told them that the fire could reach the village later that morning. So the detectives, and no doubt joined by others, set out and started door-knocking properties along the Armidale Road from Tyringham. Once the detectives finished this door-knocking exercise, they tried to return to the village, but about 3 kilometres from the village, a large tree had fallen across the road, making it impassable. By that point, they were low on fuel, and so they had to return to Armidale, the Clarence command of the situation they left behind. They completed their shift at 4 a.m. on 7 September. Detective Senior Constable Simmons took this video at 12:53 in the morning on 7 September. Your Honour, maps contained within the brief show the scale and spread of the fire on 6 and 7 September. The first map that's going to come up is taken from page 138, and it shows the extent of fire spread up to about 10 p.m. on the evening of 6 September. So Your Honour will see that the map shows 2 distinct fires, one spreading from the suspected ignition point at Bee's Nest and marked with the Bee's Nest fire pin. But the second fire to the southeast of that main fire is presently unexplained. By around 8 a.m. the following morning, 7 September, the gap between the 2 fires had closed and the overall fire size had grown significantly. So we'll now bring up page 139 of the brief, and Your Honour will see here that the fires have joined and the fire has reached Hernani, Tyringham, Marengo, and is approaching other villages in the region. The fire continued to burn with ferocity over the next few days, the intensity of which was extreme, but unfortunately not unique across the 2019-2020 season. Consistent with the erratic nature of that season, a period of rainfall on 18 September made the fire ground too wet to enter. Containing the fire remained a priority throughout October, and it was eventually declared out on 13 November 2019, some 2.5 months after it was first detected. Your Honour will see the total area burned by the Bee's Nest fire on the map that's now on screen, taken from page 142 of the brief. The Bee's Nest fire is in the lighter brown shading and marked with the Bee's Nest pin. The fire shaded in orange is the Liberation Trail fire, into which Your Honour will later inquire today. These 2 fires are inextricably linked. Indeed, the Liberation Trail fire was mapped as an extension of the Bee's Nest fire in the early course of its progression, and the cause of that fire may well be linked to the Bee's Nest fire. Your Honour will also see to the north and to the northwest of that map, there are yet other fires smothering the far northern parts of the state, including the Kangawalla fire, which Your Honour inquired into on Monday of this week. Your Honour, the brief of evidence contains numerous stories that demonstrate a strong sense of community amongst those impacted by the Bee's Nest fire. This is very simply illustrated in the attempts of the community to themselves locate the family who were feared missing or stranded on 6 September 2019. Within the brief of evidence, Your Honour will also see stories of some properties, such as the Marengo station, being able to stand up their own equipment and staff to assist in protecting surrounding properties. Some residents describe the experience of living in isolated areas, accessible only by a bridge that was unable to support the weight of large firefighting vehicles, so that only smaller appliances could get across to them. Those residents had to rely in part on firefighting aircraft and later recounted to police the high level the aircraft crew exhibited. Individual accounts of selflessness, community spirit and gratitude extended well into the aftermath of the fire. One Tyringham resident lost his cabin in the fire and received a caravan as a temporary home donated by a charity called Caravans for Bushfires. He was then subsequently able to live in an unoccupied home rent-free that one of his neighbours could offer while he continued to get back on his feet. A family whose cattle and sheep farm was impacted by the fire told the police they did not accept assistance from the organisation Blaze Aid, which we understand, Your Honour, is a volunteer-based organisation that helps to rebuild fences and that have been damaged or destroyed by natural disasters. This family did not accept charity from Blaze Aid because they thought other families in the area would need it more than they did. Another family commended the local land services for its response in the immediate aftermath of the fire, including the provision of essential feed for livestock and the deployment of vets, so veterinary surgeons, to the local area to help care for and unfortunately euthanise in many cases, help to euthanise livestock and also family pets, and also the provision of a welfare counselling service. So, Your Honour, it's important to come back to some of these individual stories of the fire. There was no one common experience of it. There has been no one common response to the aftermath from it. Experiences were many and varied, but each of them are important as the court now proceeds to a consideration of the cause and origin of the Bees Nest fire. Your Honour, that's all I propose to say by way of opening. Could I firstly tender the brief of evidence, which I believe, Your Honour, should be marked Exhibit 35A?
Yes, that will be Exhibit 35A. Thank you, Ms Ward.
And the first witness to give evidence this morning is Detective Acting Inspector Matthew Crotty.
Detective, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can, Your Honour. I think that's you talking.
That's me talking, yes.
Yeah,
Okay?
yes, yeah, I'm good.
Excellent.
Next. Apologies for the interruption.
No problem at all. I'll just ask the court officer now to speak to you.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your name, rank and station?
Yes, my name is Matthew James Crotty. That's spelled C-R-O-T-T-Y. I'm a Detective Acting Inspector of Police, currently stationed at the Northern Region Operations Unit in Newcastle.
And are you the officer in charge of the investigation into the Bees Nest fire?
Yes, I certainly am, ma'am.
In that capacity, have you provided a statement to the court dated 30 October 2020?
Yes, I have.
Detective, Her Honour has a copy of that statement in the brief that's just been tendered, so I'm not going to take you through it in any detail, but there are some discrete topics that I want to pick up with questions to you today. Firstly, is it fair to say that the fire had been burning for several days before you were aware of it?
Yes, most definitely. And I think from my memory, there are a number of fires burning in the area, including, as you said in your opening the Mount Mackenzie fire up at Tenterfield in particular. I became most acutely aware of the Bees Nest fire on that late on that Friday afternoon, but was somewhat aware of it burning in the area just prior to that.
And when you say that Friday afternoon, are you talking about the 6th of September 2019?
Yes, that will be the 6th of September 2019. Yes, ma'am.
From the account you give in your statement, it seems like Armidale police were keeping a watching eye on some fires in the local area, but suddenly had to manage the impact of the fire that became known as the Bees Nest fire. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, most definitely. And I guess from my point of view at that time, we had prepared prior to that with equipment and clothing and whatnot for quick deployment to fires in our area. And in particular, we were looking at resourcing that Tenterfield fire and in particular knowing that most probably the following day we would have to deploy to it as well. Then the Bees Nest fire became, in fact, more critical where we deployed that evening, even with some prospect of deploying to other fires other than even those two as well.
In terms of how you were generally preparing, because you were anticipating a police response would be needed to one or other fire, what did that involve?
At the start of that fire season, I in fact realised that as the criminal investigators, we were probably in a little bit of a unique position to respond quickly to fires within our police district. Because we could sort of drop, once we were prepared with the proper equipment and necessary clothing and that manner of things, we could fairly quickly drop what we're doing and deploy to an area to help with things like traffic control, door knocking, evacuating and the like. So it was really a situation where I pulled the team in at the start of the season. We all had what I call go bags with equipment and clothing and whatnot and food and water in them, ready to go, and then we would monitor the police radio and deploy to areas as necessary, and with a bit of advanced planning to also police the town that we're in as well.
We understand that some of the responses to these fires was being managed at least by the Rural Fire Service out of a Fire Emergency Operations Centre in Glen Innes. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So Glen Innes being about 100 kilometres north of Armidale, where I was based with my team, around about an hour's drive or so, depending on your run up there. And there was an emergency operations centre up there within the township of Glen Innes, multi-agency hub.
Well, a multi-agency hub. Did New South Wales Police have a role at that centre?
Yes, generally throughout the course of that season, we had a presence which was usually an inspector of police with also an officer assisting that inspector as the police liaison officer for the Emergency Operations Centre. That was upstaffed and downstaffed during the season, depending on the conditions and the fires that were burning at that time.
Just stepping back from the Bees Nest fire and looking at the season overall, was the extent that police needed to scale up attendances at that Emergency Operations Centre in Glen Innes fairly typical or atypical for any, in comparison to any other fire season?
So in my experience of working in that part of the state, which was since about 2006, I would say that the extent of that staffing of that hub was unprecedented in my experience.
Unprecedented in the number of police that were there, or how long they were there, or what they were doing there? In what way was it unprecedented?
All of the above. So during some fire seasons, there was not a need to in my recollection, there has not been a need to send staff to that centre. In others, we've sent them just for the course of a fire, which may go over a couple of days or a week or so. But in this fire season, it was a constant presence of police there for a number of months. If that answers your question.
And from your evidence, Detective, that police were there from at least September responding to the Bees Nest fire. Could there have been a police presence there even as early as August?
Yes, I believe there was. And in fact, there was a fire at the township of Tinga, and I actually deployed to the centre for that. That was, I don't have a recollection of when that fire was, but it was September. It was, I believe that was sort of mid-year of 2019. So we had stood it up much before then, albeit closed it down. But it was well up and running by the time the Bees Nest fire came along. Again, my recollection may be for a number of weeks or a month.
Presumably that's very early in the year to have to stand up to a bushfire emergency control centre like that, even in late winter.
Without a doubt, I would agree with that proposition.
Do you know, Detective, how it could be that, so far as you're aware, Armidale Police became aware of the existence of the Bees Nest fire sometime around the 6th of September, when we now suspect that it may have started very late in August?
Sorry, could you just repeat that again? Sorry.
Do you have any idea how it could be that, so far as you're aware, Armidale Police become aware of the Bees Nest fire sometime around 6 September? Yes. And the evidence that Her Honour has received within the brief suggests that it could have been going by the 30th or the 31st of August. So there's over a week where the fire is burning before it seems to come to your attention. Do you have any thoughts about what that delay, what might explain that delay?
Yeah, I guess from my recollection, we were in, as the police, probably a little bit of crisis mode where we were aware there were fires burning across a large area of the state, certainly, and that they were being monitored or attended to by the RFS, and in some cases national parks as well have a firefighting capability. And so our interest in those fires generally, other than if you're at the Emergency Operations Centre at Glen Innes, where you would be getting all of that information, but the police not there, the police doing the policing, would generally have an interest in those fires when they move close to residential areas and start to impact properties. So in relation to the Bees Nest fire, it was burning in quite an isolated area of the Guy Fawkes National Park. And I guess during that season, it was not unusual to have a fire burning perhaps in an isolated area and an awareness of it day by day or maybe over the course of a week, but then turn your focus to it when it starts to threaten properties and lives. If that's my best answer for that.
Very well. Detective, within the brief we have a report of fire to coroner, which records a time date of fire as being the 16th of August 2019, excuse me, which is a date much earlier than other dates in other statements and material within the brief, which places the time of the fire or the date of the fire starting towards the end of that month. Is it possible that the date in that report of fire to coroner is incorrect, 16 August 2019?
Yes, that is certainly possible. And from my recollection, in authoring that report, I believe I took that date from Mr. Fuliga when I met him at the Emergency Operations Centre on my way to another fire that was Mount Mackenzie fire, the fire up near Tenterfield, and I crossed paths with him, and he reported the details of that fight to me sort of on my way through, and perhaps whether I took that as the wrong date or he gave me the wrong date at the time, it's quite possible it was somewhat inaccurate.
Well, it might not matter if you agree that Her Honour should be focused upon the weight of the evidence within the brief obtained since that report to the coroner, which points to a later ignition date towards the end of August.
I would certainly agree with that, that as the investigation unfolded, the data and the information around the date of the start of the fire certainly became much clearer, and I would be more satisfied with subsequent evidence.
Thank you.
All
right.
Could I just in regard to some technical difficulties I have been having this morning,
Yes.
the device I'm using has just popped up and told me that it's about to restart in 13 minutes. It's giving me a countdown, and I apologise again for these difficulties, but I just wanted to flag that with you, that it's about to kick me out.
I think if that happens, you'll have to reconnect. I think it is as good as we can go, Detective, unfortunately.
Yeah, I apologise for that, and it's again a technical issue.
That's okay. It's okay. We'll just do the best we can with what we've got. Thank you.
Apologies.
Detective, we'll focus now on the Bees Nest fire. When you first became aware that the fire was now likely to impact on local communities, what was your first priority?
So my first priority was to deploy some police to that area, physically to that area, in order to assist with efforts to really ensure people were safe. I guess our role in the fires that season were really to support the RFS with measures such as road closures, evacuations, and rescues if necessary.
So the police you deployed were Constables Simmons and Robertson, is that right?
That's correct. In fact, I also deployed a third officer, Detective Leah Harmon. However, I believe she got cut off before getting close to the fire or manned a road closure, and didn't go into the sort of fire area so much.
All right. And were those officers really tasked to go out and get to the fire scene and then work out how they could be helpful at the scene? Whether that might involve door knocking, physically rescuing people, staffing roadblocks, make themselves useful in whatever way they could identify once they were on the ground.
Most definitely. And in the case of Detective Simmons, in fact, he had a very good local knowledge of that area, so perhaps a coordinating role as well.
Was that something you had in mind when you particularly sent him out to this fire?
Yes, most definitely.
Did you have other officers tasked to other fires at the same time?
So in the planning to and deploying those officers to the Bees Nest fire, I'd actually planned for myself and other officers from the wider police district, including Inverell, to deploy the following morning up to the Mount Mackenzie fire at Tenterfield.
Yes.
So the answer to that is yes. They were the two fires at that particular time of most interest.
Is this fair to say, Detective, that only as the immediate crisis recedes that you begin to focus upon an investigation into cause and origin and recording property losses.
That's correct.
All right. If we then move to that cause and origin investigation, you were assisted in that investigation by a Rural Fire Service investigator by the name of Muck. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you yourself attended the suspected general area of origin for the best fire?
No, I have not.
Do you have any particular fire scene investigation qualifications yourself?
No, I do not.
So is it fair to say that you would defer to the expertise of Mr. Fuliga in the area of wildfire cause and origin investigations?
Most definitely.
Mr. Fuliga concludes that the fire was caused by lightning strike into a remote area of the Guy Fawkes River National Park. Through your wider investigation into the fire, do you have any reason to doubt that conclusion, firstly as to the general area of origin?
No, I do not.
And what about the conclusion that the fire had a natural cause, being as a result of lightning strike? Any reason to doubt that conclusion?
No, I don't. And probably further to that, whilst I haven't been to the very location, that particular tree and trail where Mr. Fuliga has been, and we saw those photographs, which he showed me at the time I took the report from him. I'm generally aware of that area, and it's an area of road. It's off an area of roadway between a very small township of Gyra and then the village of Ebor. And my understanding of that area, in addition to the photos and mapping that Mr. Fuliga showed me, my understanding of that area is that it's a very remote area, and therefore the combination of that material that I was shown by Mr. Fuliga and my general knowledge of that area, and in particular its remoteness, essentially satisfied me at that point of the cause of the fire that, as Mr. Fuliga showed me. Given those two factors, that the science, I guess, that he showed me supported my knowledge of the area, and I guess on the balance of probability, I was very satisfied with the cause of the fire on that basis.
The fact that the area is very remote does not exclude the possibility that someone might have been in the area, but it reduces the probability that someone would have been in the area. Is that a fair summary?
That is most definitely a fair summary, and I would adopt what you said then.
We're not suggesting that it's impossible for someone to get to the general area of origin, just that it's unlikely.
That's correct, and in those areas, in that part of the state, there are all manner of people going into remote areas, undertaking recreational activities such as camping, motorbike riding, fishing in other areas. But and so it's not impossible that a person would be in that area, but most definitely those two factors, remoteness and science that Mr. Fuliga showed me, make it most probable, and in my view and opinion, that a fire that was caused by natural causes.
I'm just going to ask for some fire progression maps to be brought up on the screen, and I think you've had an opportunity to look at them in perhaps yesterday, Inspector. The first will be a fire progression map from page 137 of the brief, which was also played during the opening submission. Can you see that, Detective?
I probably would assist me to zoom in
Okay.
somewhat.
We'll just zoom in on the brown shaded area with the bee's nest pin.
That's perfect where it is now.
All right. Now, if you'll accept from me, this is fire progression mapping recorded with the date of 5 September 2019. And at this stage, would you agree the fire seems to be contained within the boundaries highlighted by the brown shading?
Yes.
All right. Now we're just going to compare that image with the image at page 138, so the next page in the brief. And we'll again zoom in if we can. And if you'll accept from me that this is fire progression mapping for 6/7/2019. Can you see that clearly, Detective?
Yes, I can.
All right. As well as the Bee's Nest fire, there seems to be on this map a separate fire to the southeast of the main fire, approaching the village of Hanani. Can you see that?
Yes. Yep.
Now, do you know whether this is a separate fire that was managed under a separate name, or do you know anything about that fire?
To me, and this is from the 6th, did you say?
Yes, the 6th of September.
That would, while there seems to be some separation between the two, that to me would be one in the same fire. In fact, having a look at that now.
And indeed, if I can then ask you to have a look at the next map on page 139. And if you'll accept from me, this is a map from 7 September 2019. This certainly shows that those two fires have joined, or that the Bee's Nest has overrun the fire shown to the southeast on the previous page.
Yes.
And in fact, perhaps it's just an anomaly in the mapping. But you're satisfied, aren't you, that the Bee's Nest fire very much reached down to impact upon the village of Hanani to the southeast of the area of origin?
Yes, and that's based on the accounts of the residents, at which the map that we have here in front of us right now is very accurate to the accounts that I received from the residents, and whilst there's a gap in those in the previous image between those two fires, to me that would appear to be an anomaly, and this map is representative of the fire per the accounts that I got from the residents and the other investigations that I did.
And indeed, it's possible, isn't it, that the Bee's Nest fire spotted in advance of the fire front and may well have started fires in advance of the front being pushed forward by the main fire.
And that's probably the explanation that comes to mind when I looked at the previous fire mapping, albeit not being a fire expert. However, again, within my investigations and my experiences of investigating bushfires, that spotting concept certainly appears consistent with that first image that you showed me.
All right. In the course of your wider investigation into the fire, a number of community members raised concerns with you going to potential systemic issues, such as the amount of fuel on the ground, hazard reduction burns, and the response of various government services following the fire. Is that fair to say?
That's most certainly fair to say.
And Detective, you've gone to some trouble to record those concerns within your statement as officer in charge without attempting to investigate those matters for yourself. Is that also fair to say?
That's correct.
And have you included those matters in your statement so as to inform the coroner of the range of issues that local communities raised with you after the fire for Her Honour's consideration as to what further matters might be investigated in later hearings?
Yes, that's correct. And not being an expert in land management myself or those types of matters, I I regard it as most appropriate to gather that information for the information of this court. Yeah.
Your Honour, those are my questions for this witness.
Detective, I'll just see if there's any questions from Ms Woodland of Council. Ms Woodland.
No questions from me, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Detective, for making yourself available today. I know it wasn't easy. It's very much appreciated, and you are now excused.
Thank you, Your Honour, and apologies for all of the technical problems.
No problem at all. We got there in the end.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, the next witness is Mark Fuliga.
Mr Fuliga, can you see and hear us yet?
Here we go.
Mr Fuliga, can you see and hear us at the court? Mr Fuliga, can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank
I can.
you. Excellent. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your full name and professional address?
Yeah, Mark Wentworth Fuliga, 4 Murray Rose Avenue, Sydney Olympic Park.
Are you an operations officer compliance with the Rural Fire Service?
At the time I was, yes, but basically in the same role, just a different title change.
All right, and what's the title now?
I'm now training coordinator for fire investigation and compliance.
Thank you. You're also a qualified Rural Fire Service fire investigator, is that right?
That is correct.
And in that capacity, you were asked to investigate the cause and origin of a fire known as the Bee's Nest Fire.
Correct.
You've prepared a statement dated the 15th of October 2020.
Correct.
And that also attaches a fire investigation report that you completed on the 13th of September 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
Within that report, Mr Fuliga, you say that the fire was allocated to you on the 7th of September 2019. That was shortly after the fire was believed to have started. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what was the first thing you did after it was allocated to you?
Well, travelled from Sydney to Glen Innes and went through RFS data to...
What? I don't mean to cut you off. It's just a problem with the technology, so please finish.
No, that's all right. Yes, collected RFS data from the INT or the control centre at Glen Innes in relation to the fire with regards to start date and any intel that had come in onto the system.
Did the intel include information about where RFS crews first encountered the fire?
That is correct.
So that you would have some idea about where to start your scene investigation, trying to determine cause and origin.
That is correct, yes.
We understand that you travelled ultimately to the general area of origin with Steve May, who is another fire investigator with the Rural Fire Service. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And why were two of you deployed to this investigation?
In a lot of these larger investigations, we tend to put 2 fire investigators onto the incident, so that we have another set of eyes and to run the investigation through.
So was the Bee's Nest fire already at this point identified as being a larger type investigation?
It had been declared as a Section 44 under the Rural Fires Act, so it requires fire investigation from the service.
Very well. Her Honour understands from a number of other investigations that have been held in the last fortnight that many investigations in the northern region took place so long after fire ignition that investigators could no longer rely on fire indicators at the scene. But was that an issue for you here in Bees Nest Fire?
No, it wasn't.
According to your fire investigation report, that you identified the general area of origin about 70 k's north of Guyra Road at 70 k's north of the cross section between Guyra Road and Diambaran Road?
Yeah, 17 kilometres.
Yes. Can you describe to Her Honour what the terrain was like at that point, that entry to the general area of origin?
Yeah, general farmland, grassland type area. Quite easy to travel into the area where the fire was identified.
Right. And as you travel into the area where the fire was identified, you must enter into the national park at some point. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Drove as far as you could and then had to continue on foot. Is that fair to say?
We'd been given an indication of where the initial firefighting operations were taken. Yes, we drove to that. We found an area to park and then started our investigation from that plateau.
And then were you walking along fire trails for much of your cause and origin investigation? No,
we were walking on just on normal terrain. There was no trails in that area other than the trail that we drove in on.
All right, thank you. You say in your investigation report that you identified evidence of high intensity fire, but it seems that what you were really looking for was signs of fire burning with low intensity.
That's correct, yes.
Why is that? Why is that important to your cause and origin investigation?
Yeah, with wildfire investigations, you move from areas of most damage to areas of least damage.
So you're working backwards?
Working backwards, that's correct.
In this case, for the Bees Nest fire, that investigation led you to a plateau within the national park, is that right?
That is correct.
Would you describe for the court the terrain at the plateau?
Flat wooded scrubland with turpentine trees.
Are you able to estimate how long you had to walk from the trail where you left the vehicle in order to reach the flat wooded plateau?
Well, we parked the car on the wooded plateau.
All right. You started a more detailed fire scene examination at the plateau, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
You say within the fire investigation report, just let me find the reference. I'm sorry, Mr. Fuliga.
Yeah.
All right. If you've got that report in front of you, I'm looking at page 1 of 5 of the report.
Yes.
And the second paragraph from the bottom.
Yes.
Do you see you start by saying, it was decided that we would commence our scene examination by walking in a westerly direction along the southern and northern perimeter of the fire, following the advancing fire indicators?
Yes.
All right. Now, how did you do that?
Basically, Steve May, the other fire investigator, and I, we split up. I walked one section of it, he walked the other, and we're in communication between each other. And by walking those and looking at those advancing indicators, all the indicators in totality, we actually came to the same tree virtually about the same time. So
is this a fair summary? You physically separated on different flanks of the fire, and each reading the indicators on your flank as it's directing you from a general area of origin to a specific area of origin and ultimately a point of origin.
That is correct, yes.
And how far apart were you as you're tracking indicators on those different flanks?
Oh, probably the widest point, maybe 50 metres.
You've said that you were in communication with each other. Were you calling out to each other what the indicators were in front of you, or the direction they were leading you?
At times, yes, we were.
And were you inside of each other the whole time because of the vegetation on the plateau, or did you lose sight of each other at certain points?
No, we weren't inside of each other, of the terrain.
Yes.
The sloping terrain that we were then walking in.
All right. So it's fair to say, is it that you separately were tracking each flank, north and south, and independent of each other, you each arrived at a particular tree as the point of origin?
That is correct, yes.
All right, let's move to that tree. It was a turpentine tree struck by lightning, according to your report.
Yes.
What is the conclusion that it had been affected by lightning strike based upon?
The lightning or the scar down the tree from the top fork right down to ground level.
I'm going to ask for some photos to be brought up on the screen now, Mr. Fuliga, and just get your help in explaining these photographs from your report to Her Honour. The first photo that's going to come up is from page 46 of the brief. It's photo D3 using your numbering. Do you have that, Mr. Fuliga?
Yes, I do.
All right. Firstly, it's an establishment photo, isn't it?
That's correct.
But is it on the plateau?
No, it's further down from the plateau. That was taken in close proximity to where the tree was and was looking back up to where we had parked the car.
All right. And when you say where the tree was, do you mean the lightning struck tree?
Sorry, the lightning struck tree, yes.
Yes. But the tree that's fallen and is displayed at the bottom of this photo is not the lightning struck tree, is it?
No, it's not.
All right. And just because perspective is a little difficult from the photo, could you just explain, you've said that the trail where you parked the car is towards the top of the photo?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you refer in the photo to low intensity fire travelling up slope, top to bottom.
Yeah, fire direction from
Yes, fire direction is travelling from which part of the photo?
Yeah, that should be bottom to top, actually.
Okay. It's just confusing to me, and I can't understand the perspective from the two.
Yeah, it's the
two-dimensional photo.
Yeah.
All right. So where you're standing to take this photo, is that at the top of a slope or at the bottom?
That is at the bottom.
Thank you. And then from the point where you're standing to take this photo, where do you turn to move towards the lightning struck tree?
That would be to the left of the photo, I believe.
Thank you. We might come to a photo of that tree now, which is on page 47 of the brief. And I think it's D4 using your numbering.
Yep.
Okay, so self-evidently, the tree that was struck by lightning was not felled by the lightning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. And does that show the lightning scar that you say was visible down the trunk of the tree?
It does.
What else might have caused that scar?
Nothing that I would know of.
Okay. And we can see from the photo, at least, that the exposed timber within the scar of the tree is a much lighter colour than the weathered timber on the exterior.
That's correct.
What, if anything, did that tell you about the timing of when that scar occurred?
The outer lighter material is bark, and the inner one is the actual raw timber of the tree. and it certainly showed, fresh markings.
So that excludes, does it, the possibility that this tree had been struck by lightning months before the fire started?
Correct, yes.
It doesn't exclude the possibility, though, that the tree had been struck by lightning weeks or even days before the fire started.
No, it doesn't.
But it's one piece of evidence that you feed into your overall investigation to reach the conclusion of lightning strike as a cause of the fire. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
I'm now going to ask for page 52 of the brief to be brought up on screen. Mr. Fuliga, this is D9 using your numbering.
Yes.
And I'll just wait for that to come up on screen. The caption to the photo reads, "Entry point of lightning into the ground. Staining of rocks indicates fire burning away from the tree." Mr. Fuliga, perhaps the photos don't do it justice. Can you explain to Her Honour where the entry point is visible in the photo?
Yes, between the rock and the trunk of the tree.
The larger rock to the top of the photo?
The large rock to the top and the trunk of the tree. Yes.
Right, thank you. And how did these rocks look different to rocks in the surrounding area?
They'd been disturbed. In other words,
how do you know that?
Because the rocks that are around were all still within situ. There was no fresh dirt. They were and burnt around, so there had been no movement.
All right, and how do you know that these rocks had moved?
Because of the lightning and the strike, there's fresh dirt around, and the rocks have been were physically sitting on top of the soil, not part of the soil there.
So rocks thrown up and left on top of the soil?
Correct, yes.
And the soil looked fresh, meaning it was a different colour to the weathered soil
around.
And
that's correct, yes.
Okay. Is the trunk of the tree displayed in this photo also showing marks of the scarring, being the lighter coloured wood in amongst the burnt wood on the face of the trunk? All right.
Yes, that's correct.
And does the lighter colour scarring in this part of the tree, but more particularly towards the scar at the top of the tree, does that suggest that that exposed wood had not burnt during the fire?
At the top of the tree had not burnt, but down at this level, at ground level, it had.
Yes. And does that tell you anything in relation to your hypothesis that the lightning strike to this tree caused a fire?
It did, yes.
In what way?
Well, the indicators around being some sooting on rocks, the small indicators of fire showed that a fire had emanated away from that area.
All right, I'm then going to ask for page 54 to be brought up on screen. This is your photo D11.
Yep.
This is described as ground disturbance from lightning hitting the ground, low intensity fire moving away from the tree. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Is the base of the Turpentine what we're looking at to the bottom right-hand corner of the photo?
Correct.
And where's the ground disturbance that you're referring to?
Directly in the middle of the photo, you see disturbed soil and a stick lying through the middle of it.
All right, to the lay eye, the soil in the centre of the photo is much lighter to the soil out to the top of the photo and to the right-hand corner. Is that a fair observation?
Correct, yes.
Does that suggest a fresh disturbance of the soil?
That does, yes. The soil's been moved.
And then again, the stick that you identify close to the base of the tree is not burnt, whereas the stick to the top right-hand side seems to be quite significantly burned.
That's correct, yes.
It's possible, isn't it, that the stick towards the bottom centre of the photo just fell after the fire, and that's why it's unburnt?
It may have, but there did not appear to be any burning there from the fire that emanated from the tree,
Including the burning evident from the soil. Is that what you mean?
Sorry, what was that?
Including the fact that the soil doesn't seem to be burnt
That's correct.
in the middle of that photo.
Yeah, that's correct.
And including, in fact, the soil that the unburnt stick is resting upon.
Yes.
I'm now going to ask you to have a look at the lightning strike data, which is at page 64 of the brief. And Mr. Fuliga, its lightning data is one of the annexures to your report. And it's just, it has an indicator of 001 as a page number.
Yes.
It won't come up on screen, but could you describe to the court's benefit which of the lightning strikes that are shown on your lightning strike data map are possible contenders for having affected that turpentine at the point of origin?
Yes.
It's too difficult because the map is not high resolution. Just say so.
No, it's not. But there are 4 strikes that are in close proximity to where the initial fire was. 2 to the northwest and 2 to the southeast.
Yes.
Just inside the national park, as you come out of the private lands, which is the white area on the map.
There was no precise match, was there, between any of those 4 lightning strikes and the coordinates for the lightning struck tree?
No, there wasn't.
Do you have any idea how close, according to the data you had regard to, how close the nearest strike was recorded as falling?
No, I don't.
How can you be confident that lightning strike is implicated if there is no precise correlation between a particular lightning strike and the lightning struck tree?
The lightning data that we get is only a guide. It's not 100% correct. And to confirm it, you need to put boots on the ground and look for a lightning struck tree or lightning struck ground.
Yes, and that's what you did, of course.
That's correct, yes.
So the lightning strike data corroborates but does not definitively establish a lightning strike as and of itself. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Were you able to exclude other potential causes of the fire for the Bees Nest fire because of its remote terrain and the location? I'll withdraw that. Were you able to exclude other potential causes for the Bees Nest fire because of the remote terrain at the point of origin?
Yes, we were. There was no other competent ignition source that we could identify.
All of the evidence pointed towards lightning strike, and there was no evidence pointing away from that conclusion. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Your Honour, those are my questions for Mr. Fuliga.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Mr. Fuliga, we're just going to see if Ms. Woodland of Council has any questions for you. Ms. Woodland.
No questions, Your Honour.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Fuliga, for your evidence and participating in these proceedings. You're excused today. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Honour. Your Honour, I'm just going to use my phone because my iPad's not properly logged on to read to Your Honour some brief closing remarks about this fire, because these are the only 2 witnesses for the Bees Nest fire inquiry. So Your Honour, that's concludes the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Bees Nest fire. Your Honour has had the benefit of the documentary material contained within the brief of evidence, which is now marked as Exhibit 35A. And you've had the evidence this morning from Detective Acting Inspector Matthew Crotty and Rural Fire Service Fire Investigator Mr Fuliga. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address the court on the cause and origin of the Bees Nest fire, but I can presently foreshadow that formal submissions are likely to be made as follows. The cause of the Bees Nest fire was a lightning strike to a tree on or about the 30th of August 2019, and the origin of the fire was a remote area of the Guy Fawkes River National Park. I'll just leave it there, a remote area of the Guy Fawkes River National Park.
Thank you, Ms Ward.
Now, Your Honour, if that's a convenient time for the adjournment, we'll then proceed later today with the Coronial inquiry into the Liberation Trail fire, which is intimately linked to the Bees Nest fire.
All right, we'll adjourn now until 12:15.
It's got to be moved.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour will now hear the Coronial inquiry into the Liberation Trail bushfire.
Yes, thank you, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, these are the opening submissions for the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Liberation Trail fire. The fire takes its name from a trail that winds its way through old-growth forest in the northeastern section of the Guy Fawkes River National Park. As mentioned this morning during the inquiry into the Bees Nest fire, the Guy Fawkes River National Park is a heavily forested area located approximately 560 kilometres north of Sydney on the eastern edge of the New England tablelands west of Dorrigo. It forms part of the much larger UNESCO World Heritage Gondwana rainforest. Its old-growth forest comprises ecologically mature eucalypt trees that apparently show few signs of human disturbance. Parts of the national park are easily accessible tourist spots, such as Ebor Falls, but the park extends to include areas of rugged bushland far removed from the tourist-friendly entrance points. The Liberation Trail fire was one of the largest fires that burned in northern New South Wales in the 2019-2020 Black Summer. It destroyed 183 hectares of land, a significant proportion of which was old-growth forest within the national park. The fire burned primarily in the Clarence Valley local government area, but extended into the Glen Innes and Coffs Harbour local government areas as well. This is within the lands of the Gumbaynga people. Overview of the area. The Liberation Trail fire that forms the subject of this inquiry is actually comprised of 5 separate fires, which later merged into one blaze, as well as the Liberation Trail fire, which itself is linked to the Bees Nest fire. This mega blaze includes the Black Mountain fire, the 1260 Road fire, the Muck Creek fire, and the Schultz Road fire. This is perhaps best illustrated via 2 maps that will shortly come onto the screen. Firstly, a map taken from page 128 of the brief shows estimated areas of origin for each of the fires. To orientate the court to the scene, Your Honour will note the black diamond to the upper right-hand side of the map, which is a weather station at Grafton Airport. Then as we move down the right-hand side, Your Honour will see Coffs Harbour and Sawtell out on the coast, and then moving inland, the township of Dorrigo and the villages of Hernani and Ebor. Towards the centre of the map, Your Honour will see the village of Nimboida. The Liberation Trail fire is known to some as the Nimboida fire. It's understandable that some communities have used their own names for the fire as it affected their part of the world. On this map, the likely area of origin for each fire is marked with a coloured icon. Moving left to right, the Liberation Trail fire is marked in pink. Next, the Schultz Road fire is marked with the green icon. The Muck Creek fire is marked with the blue icon. The Black Mountain Road fire is marked in orange. And relatively close by, the 1260 Road fire is the furthest to the right and marked in yellow. I'll now have the map contained at page 259 of the brief brought up on screen. Now, Your Honour, this is described on the map as fire progression mapping for the Bee's Nest, Liberation Trail and associated fires, and is dated 25 December 2019. It shows through the black and white hatching on the map areas of land where the fire had burnt but was now believed to be distinguished as of that date. I observe, however, Your Honour, that isolated pockets of fire may well have smouldered and smoked and even occasionally flared up after the fires were declared out. Fires, of course, don't pay any particular attention to declarations. I also want to add, Your Honour, that parts of this map, and in particular the top left-hand pocket of the map, actually relate to other fires separate to the Liberation Trail cluster. I'm showing the map here so as to illustrate both the eventual reach of the group of fires known as the Liberation Trail fires, and the way in which, but also the way in which these fires sat amongst other fires, including the Kangarwalla fire to the top left-hand corner or to the northwest, and of course the Bee's Nest fire to the bottom left-hand side of the map. This map should also be kept in mind when residents correctly point out that some rural fire service volunteer crews fighting this fire were from out of town and therefore were not familiar with the terrain on which these fires were being fought. This map illustrates the wider context in which such comments should be understood. It shows just how far firefighting resources were stretched across this period. In its totality, the Liberation Trail fire burned for 2 months between late October and late December in 2019. It burnt around or through or over a number of villages, including Nimboida, Nana Glen, Glenray, Newton Boyd, Buckarumby, Coots Crossing, Kangaroo Creek, Glenoogie, Lenitza, Wells Crossing and Kremnos. The fire destroyed 124 homes and damaged at least 36 others. It destroyed an additional 252 structures and damaged an additional 107. It injured at least 37 people, although thankfully no lives were lost. The witnesses to give evidence at this cause and origin hearing are limited to Rural Fire Service Fire Investigator Muck Fuliga and New South Wales Police Crime Scene Officer Senior Sergeant Scott Gain. Mr Fuliga will discuss his review of the Liberation Trail fire along with the Schultz Road and Muck Creek fires. Separately, Senior Sergeant Gain will give evidence about his examination of the scenes of the Black Mountain and the 1260 Road fires. Again, I emphasise Your Honour is not here inquiring into matters relating to how the fires were fought. If this fire is ultimately identified as a suitable representative case study to be the focus of further investigation, this will take place in September of this year. Only a very small number of fires across the 2019-2020 Black Summer will proceed beyond the cause and origin inquiry stage. So turning to the cause and origin of the 5 separate fires, I'll start with the Liberation Trail fire, even though this may have ignited later in time to the other fires in the cluster. But I'll start with it because this is the name given to the group of 5 fires that eventually merged. One can't make sense of the chronology of the Liberation Trail fire without understanding the Bee's Nest fire. Given that inquiry was conducted only earlier this morning, I'll only briefly summarise the Bee's Nest fire that's relevant here. The Bee's Nest fire also started in the Guy Fawkes National Park along the Bee's Nest Trail. It seemed to have started in late August 2019 and burnt through the National Park across the coming months. The size of that fire and the remote terrain in which it was burning meant that firefighting response to the fire was divided into various physical or geographical sectors. There was nothing unusual about this. It meant that firefighting resources could be tasked to specific tasks in individual sectors, but under the overall control of an incident controller based, it seems, back at the control centre in Glen Innes. So one of the sectors of the Bee's Nest fire, located on the northern edge of that fire, was called the Liberation Sector. Events in the Liberation Sector feed into a consideration of the cause and origin of the Liberation Trail fire. Now, this is best illustrated in a series of photographs that will be brought up onto screen. The first being from page 246 of the brief, and it's a fire progression map dated 26 October 2019 through to 27 October 2019. The Bee's Nest fire had already been burning for almost 8 weeks by this stage, and Your Honour can see that it's shaded in light brown on the map. Your Honour can see the northern reach of the Bee's Nest fire by this point, heading through the National Park and towards Glen Nevis, which is the dot point that sits on the edge of the fire that's shown in grey on this map, reading Kingsgate Red Range. So Bee's Nest is heading north in that general direction through the National Park. Then, when we move to the fire progression map for the next day, 28 October 2019, one can see almost a pinpoint size marking on the map to the north of the northern edge of the Bee's Nest fire. So it's just visible in the light green National Park territory. And as we zoom in, Your Honour can see a fire just to the north there of the northern edge of the Bee's Nest fire. We'll next look at the map from the next date. So on the 29th of October 2019, that marking is slightly bigger on the map that is contained at page 248 of the brief. Here it is, a small fire apparently burning to the north of the northern edge of the Bee's Nest fire. Your Honour, we'll now skip ahead a few days and bring up a map from page 252 of the brief, which is progression mapping for the period 2 November 2019 to 3 November 2019. Again, it shows a small fire, at least small in comparison to the Bee's Nest fire that sits below it, and it shows this small fire just to the north of the northern edge of, or one sector of the northern edge of the Bee's Nest fire. Then, when one has regard to the fire progression mapping for the 4th of November, that will shortly come up on screen, there it is. Your Honour, this is taken from the brief at page 253. And what one can see in this map is that fire to the north of one part of the northern edge of the Bee's Nest fire now carries a separate name. The Bee's Nest fire is marked in olive, and that small fire to the north of the northern edge is now identified as the Liberation Trail fire. Your Honour, I will sound a note of caution about the way that the Liberation Trail fire is described in some of the documents contained within the Coronial brief. Some documents describe the fire as having commenced on the 4th of November 2019. This is a misnomer. The fire commenced to be known as the Liberation Trail fire on 4 November 2019. But the fire itself commenced some days prior. The related questions of where, when and how it commenced will be a focus of Your Honour's inquiry. Your Honour, this inquiry is hampered by the fact that no cause and origin investigation was conducted into the Liberation Trail fire. Perhaps this is because the fire was initially managed as an extension of the Bees Nest fire. So on the maps we've just seen, it's actually plotted as part of the Bees Nest fire for a number of days before it was, for whatever reason, renamed the Liberation Trail fire. In many respects, the name given to the fire is irrelevant to a consideration that Your Honour's concerned with about where did it come from. To this end, Your Honour will hear evidence today from the Wildfire investigator, Muck, Fuliga. Mr Fuliga attended the Liberation Trail on 13 August 2020, almost 10 months after the fire commenced. He did so at the request of New South Wales Police. Mr Fuliga emphasises in his evidence to the court he attended the general area of origin to assist police, not to formally conduct a cause and origin investigation on behalf of the Rural Fire Service. He did not conduct a full scene fire examination for reasons that will emerge during his evidence today. Nonetheless, Mr Fuliga's analysis of the scene, even so long after the fire having commenced, along with his review of some of the associated documentation within the Coronial brief, is likely to be the most useful evidence that Your Honour will receive as to possible cause and origin of the Liberation Trail fire. Now, before summarising Mr Fuliga's observation in the statement that's already within the brief, I'll draw Your Honour's attention to some matters set out within a chronology from the Rural Fire Service that's included within the brief at tab 14. The chronology shows that in the days prior to the Liberation Trail fire starting, crews were active within and along the edge of the liberation sector of the Bees Nest fire. So, for instance, the RFS records suggest there was a reignition of the Bees Nest fire somewhere in the liberation sector on 25 October 2019, with National Park and Wildlife Service crews responding with air support. Then, entries from the Rural Fire Service chronology on 26 October 2019 refer to crews managing hotspots in the liberation sector, for instance on Broadmeadows Trail. There were also observations that day from the air reporting that there was no activity and little targets within the liberation sector. Later that day, crews were reported to be mopping up and patrolling within the liberation sector, and a dozer was being used somewhere within the sector to put in dozer lines. By 27 October 2019, RFS records report hotspots on Broadmeadows Trail and areas of concern within the liberation sector. Work commenced with air support. Later that afternoon, at about 14:40 on 27 October 2019, an entry in the Rural Fire Service records reads, "Slop over on Liberation Trail at GR 343870. Crews requesting air support. HT 337 and HT 297 in the vicinity and have been contacted to support ground crews. Crews confident they will knock it down at this stage." Your Honour, this was the date, so 27 October 2019, was the date that fire on the Liberation Trail north of the northern edge of the Bees Nest fire was first reported and presumably first observed. This work trying to knock down what was described as a slop over on the Liberation Trail continued through the afternoon, and at about 18:31 that night, an entry was made that read, "DivCom West, working with crews on Liberation Trail, have got round the spot over on the eastern side of Liberation Trail." There needs to be crews tomorrow to aggressively mop up and patrol. DivCom reports that there is active edge west of Liberation Trail. So that reference to there being active edge to the west of Liberation Trail is likely to assume some significance in the evidence today. An entry in the Rural Fire Service chronology after this reference to the slop over on the Liberation Trail refers to a control strategy involving backburning and aerial incendiary to tie in eastern and northern progression, keeping fire south of Stockyard Trail and west of Link Trail. Unfortunately, Your Honour, I can't assist the court by explaining where these specific trails sit within comparison to the Liberation Trail, or more precisely, the area of slop over on the Liberation Trail. But these references show that there was active firefighting efforts both in the Liberation sector of the Bees Nest Trail, a Bees Nest fire, and specifically along the Liberation Trail from this date. Work continued the next day, 28 October, with air support, but the fire had other plans. It continued to challenge crews on 29 October, and by 1400 that day, National Parks and Wildlife Service crews made an urgent request for air support to bucket active fire on the Liberation Trail spot over. Aircraft support was called for the following day, 30 October, with references within the Rural Fire Service records to a spot over on Liberation Trail, which has broken containment, and a lightning strike, which needed to be contained to the south of Liberation Trail. By the next day, the lightning strike, which presumably refers to fire believed to have started as a result of lightning strike, the lightning strike is recorded as having spread to the north and south, whilst hotspots were still being observed on the northern edge of the Liberation sector of the Bees Nest fire. So, Your Honour, all of this activity occurred in the lead up to the Liberation Trail fire being given its name and managed as a separate fire on 4 November 2019. Some photos are now going to appear on screen from pages 38 through to 40 of the brief. These photos were taken by National Parks and Wildlife Service and depict the landscape in the vicinity of the Liberation Trail area of origin. The caption to the photos within the brief refers to point of origin, but Your Honour, no point of origin was actually established for the fire for reasons that I will now outline. When Mr. Fuliga attended the general area of origin for the fire on 13 August 2020, many of the indicators that he might otherwise have used to try and track the fire's progression were diminished. He tells the court that the steepness of the terrain off each side of the Liberation Trail also prevented him, or indeed Acting Sergeant Powell from New South Wales Police, from properly accessing the area where the fire may have commenced to the western side of the trail. Mr. Fuliga says in a statement to the court, "I was therefore unable to identify the origin of the fire and only examined the area where the responding crews first identified active fire." Your Honour, it's important to emphasise this. The area where responding crews first identify an active fire is a good starting point to try and understand where the fire came from, but it may not establish an area of origin, much less a point of origin, as and of itself. This is particularly the case if the fire has burnt for some period of time before it is first discovered. The fire may have travelled across that time. It might have only travelled a small distance, or it might have travelled a long distance, depending upon the length of time between ignition and first responders getting to the fire, and depending upon weather conditions and terrain and a range of other variable factors. So, in addition to the slop over across the from the Bees Nest fire, there is the potential that lightning strike caused the ignition of the Liberation Trail fire, or contributed to its spread, because a later lightning strike may have introduced further fire into the fire ground. This is referred to in the RFS chronology as already outlined and seems to be broadly corroborated by lightning strike data within the brief. Furthermore, in the absence of an early cause and origin investigation, there remain other potential causes that have not been able to be ruled out and which we canvassed in evidence with Mr. Fuliga. I now want to say something specific about the events of 25 October 2019, before turning to a brief summary of the evidence of the other fires in the cluster. I do this because I want to emphasise competing demands for firefighting resources on 25 October. At 9:18 a.m. on 25 October 2019, the Schultz Road fire was authorised as going. It was located within the Ellis State Forest in the Armidale local government area. A mere 10 minutes after the Schultz Road fire was recorded in the RFS system, the Muck Creek fire was also authorised as going at 9:28 a.m. The Muck Creek fire was also burning within the Armidale local government area. 90 minutes later, at 10:58 a.m, the Black Mountain Road fire was authorised as going by the RFS. This fire was burning in the Kangaroo State Forest within the Clarence Valley local government area. A couple of hours later, at 1:48 p.m, the 1260 Road fire was authorised as going, also within the Clarence Valley local government area. Finally, fire is believed to have reignited somewhere in the Liberation sector of the Bees Nest fire on the same day, which may have led to the spot over later observed on the Liberation Trail on 27 October 2017. So within the space of a few hours, authorities were faced with multiple new fires across just this small part of the northern region, where other large fires had already been burning for months. Within the brief of evidence are a number of comments from affected residents referring to the fact that firefighters were from out of town and didn't know the geography and didn't know how fire typically travels across the country on which these out-of-town firefighters were actively fighting the fires. This is legitimate commentary. Even in unpredictable fire conditions, it must be easier to strategise and to fight the fire on country that one knows and understands. But it is also legitimate to point out that it was impossible to respond to these fires with only local crews, even when the fires were in their infancy. These fires, in terms of their geographical reach, but also in terms of their number, meant that local crews could not hope to respond and contain all of the fires, even in their infancy. I will now briefly outline the evidence as to cause and origin for the other fires in the Liberation Trail fire cluster, starting with the Schultz Road fire. This is believed to have started on 25 October in bushland off Schultz Road in Nimboida, within the Ellis State Forest, approximately 20 kilometres southwest of the village of Nimboida. Using coordinates taken from the initial RFS mapping of the fire, New South Wales Police have obtained the following photograph of the suspected area of origin. This is from page 33 of the brief. The photograph doesn't explain where the suspected area of origin is in relation to trails permitting access to the fire front, or even its location in relation to access points to the state forest. But what this photo does do is show the country in which the Schultz Road fire is believed to have taken hold. There was no early cause and origin investigation for this fire. As with the Liberation Trail fire, New South Wales Police Crime Scene Officer Acting Sergeant Justin Powell and RFS Fire Investigator Mark Fuliga attended the suspected areas of origin with Senior Constable Gary Kemp in August of 2020. In his statement to the court, Acting Sergeant Powell confirmed the general area of origin as that initially mapped by the RFS, but was unable to determine a precise point of origin, nor the cause of the fire. This was in part because the steep terrain prevented access to the area of origin, but more importantly, the area had received considerable rainfall in the intervening months, causing high forest and ground cover vegetation regrowth and resulting in the majority of wildfire directional indicators being lost. Acting Sergeant Powell was able to eliminate certain potential causes. Obviously, there was no infrastructure, power lines, buildings or rail lines that might have caused the fire. The remoteness of the general area of origin meant that deliberate or accidental start by human hand was unlikely, but the absence of a point of origin meant this could not be ruled out. This led police to conclude that the cause of the Schultz Creek fire is undetermined. Moving then to the Muck Creek fire. A similar investigation took place in relation to this fire, which is also believed to have started on 25 October, this time in the Clouds Creek State Forest, about 10 kilometres south-southwest of the village of Nimboida. Your Honour, I won't show an aerial view of the suspected area of origin here, because it is in the brief of evidence and because it, again, shows similar dense terrain as that shown in the Schultz Creek photo. Suffice to say that the scene was not examined until 12 August 2020, and the point of origin could not be determined due to regrowth of vegetation and the passage of time since the fire had passed through. Angle of char on tree trunks, still visible months after the event, suggested that the fire ran towards Muck Creek Road and fire trail compartment 170/1, which roughly corroborated the Rural Fire Service maps, suggesting the fire commenced in a gully bordered by these trails. Again, there was no infrastructure in the area that may have possibly contributed to the fire, but New South Wales Police concluded the cause of the fire was undetermined. The Black Mountain Road fire is also believed to have started on 25 October in the Kangaroo River State Forest, approximately 10 kilometres north-northwest of the village of Loana, in the hinterland behind the Coffs Harbour coast. The photo from page 24 of the brief that will now be displayed on the scene provides an aerial view of the suspected area of origin in dense bushland, although, unlike for the Schultz Road and the Muck Creek fires, at least some access trails are visible through the surrounding forest. When New South Wales Police and an RFS investigator attended the scene in August 2020, there were signs of human activity at the suspected area of origin, meaning that investigators found a ring-barked tree at the site. The tree was not near any trails and was located in a very remote part of the forest. However, charring to the tree suggested that the ring barking had occurred before the fire and probably just by teenagers or children mucking about. This is not believed to be related to fire ignition, but I refer to it in the opening, Your Honour, to emphasise that even remote conditions, even remote locations might have human visitors passing through from time to time. So when trying to exclude possible fire causes, one cannot necessarily prove the absence of people at a remote location. Inferences might need to be drawn from wider surrounding circumstances. With respect to the Black Mountain Road fire, angle of char was the only remaining macro indicator of fire present at the time of inspection and broadly demonstrated fire moving in a southerly direction. Police concluded that the cause of fire was undetermined, but the likely general area of origin was consistent with that initially mapped by the RFS. The 1260 road fire is similarly believed to have started on 25 October 2019, also in the Kangaroo River State Forest. An investigation of the scene in August of 2020 showed the fire spreading in a general southerly direction with low intensity, suggesting at that point only a small meandering fire in the initial stages. Senior Sergeant Gale was able to track the fire to where two trails intersect, being the Murray Trail and the Kiona Trail. He also located damage to trees consistent with lightning strikes, and the photos recording this will now be displayed on the screen, and I anticipate Senior Sergeant Gale will give some evidence explaining what he observed when he conducted this review. These are photos for those at the bar table, photos from page 216 and 217 of the brief. But again, the cause of this fire was listed as undetermined. Evidence of human activity may have been lost in the period following fire ignition and the time of scene examination, and the investigator could not eliminate lightning as a possible cause. Senior Sergeant Gain also noted that the Black Mountain Road fire was burning only 5 kilometres west of the 1260 road fire, and he could not eliminate the possibility that the two fires were related. Your Honour, it's only after these investigations were completed at the scene that lightning strike data became available. That lightning strike data only became available in the course of Your Honour's Coronial investigation, and it records lightning strikes occurring close to each of the 5 fires around the time that they were first observed, although I can't be any more precise about potential overlap in the course of the opening submissions. This is a map taken from the brief at page 330-2, and it shows the lightning strikes that occurred between 11 a.m. on 24 October and 11 a.m. on 25 October 2019, mapped against the general area of origin of the fires. It shows that there was lightning activity in this area, including in proximity to several of the fires detected on 25 October. Whilst the Liberation Trail fire was not reported until 27 October, Your Honour will see from this map that a lightning strike was recorded in this period, so sometime between 24 and 25 October, in the Chalundai National Park. It's at the centre of the map, just above the brown shaded area that marks the Bee's Nest fire. So this lightning strike is, well, let me explain it. The light green area to the north of the eastern flank of the Bee's Nest fire is the National Park. It's right towards the very top of the screen, and you'll be able to see the lightning strike indicator, black circle, yellow interior, black lightning strike recorded within that icon, which sits to the north of the eastern edge of the Bee's Nest fire. So there's the lightning strike, but it's self-evident from that map. It appears to be distant from the Liberation Trail fire, which might be barely visible on the map as the small mark right over to the west. There you go, it's being highlighted now, in the Guy Fawkes River National Park. Your Honour will also see strikes in the general vicinity of, although not necessarily coinciding with, the Schultz Road fire towards the centre of the map, the Black Mountain fire to the northeast of that, and then potentially a strike coinciding with the 1260 Road fire to the southeast. The next map, coming from page 330-3 of the brief, records lightning strikes between 11 a.m. on the 26th of October through to the 27th of October 2019, again mapped against the Bee's Nest fire. This map shows substantial lighting lightning activity across the region. So this is the day after 4 fires, apart from the Liberation Trail fire, but the 4 fires to the east were recorded as going. Finally, the map at page 330-5 of the brief provides further detail of a lightning strike in the vicinity of what would become known as the Liberation Trail fire between 11 a.m. on 26 October and 11 a.m. on the 27th of October. Again, this strike doesn't neatly coincide with the fire already visible on the map. So what became the Liberation Trail fire is shown on the Liberation Trail moving from north to south through the middle of the map. Your Honour sees the small shading to the west of the trail, and then moving across through the National Park to the right, Your Honour will see the icon representing that lightning strike. So Your Honour knows, well, Your Honour can see that the lightning strike doesn't neatly coincide with the fire, but you've heard evidence in other matters about some of the limitations around the lightning strike data and its accuracy, and I anticipate Your Honour will hear similar evidence in this matter. That is, whilst the lightning strike data might assist in understanding a possible cause for some of the fires, the data is not definitive as and of itself. Turning then to a brief summary of fire progression, as Your Honour is already aware, early November 2019 brought challenging conditions through the whole northern region. The Liberation Trail fire was separated from the Bees Nest fire on 4 November and then mapped and managed as a separate fire. The fire was particularly fierce from 6 to 8 November 2019, impacting the township of Nimboida and surrounding areas, causing considerable property loss. The RFS received reports of people sheltering under the Nimboida Bridge for safety during the fire. And Your Honour, we pause here and wonder what the Nimboida River might look like today and later during this week. On the evening of 9 November 2019, the Schultz Road fire, Muck Creek, Black Mountain Road, 1260 Road and Liberation Trail fires joined, forming one large and continuous fire. This is illustrated in this map from page 258 of the brief. Prior to their merging, the Liberation Trail fire had already burnt around 90,000 hectares. The Schultz Road fire had burnt just under 14,000 hectares. Muck Creek fire had burnt approximately 27,500 hectares. The Black Mountain Road fire had burnt 700 hectares. And the 1260 Road fire had burnt just shy of 600 hectares. So these fires joined on the 9th of November, and then between 11 and 12 November continued to increase in intensity with the towns of Glenray and Nana Glen in its path, which Your Honour will see were demonstrated in the centre right of that map. That fire continued until 20 and 21 November, when favourable weather meant that strategic backburning and containment operations could ramp up. By 24 November, about 85% of this enormous fire was contained. By the end of November, it was no longer considered to pose any operational issues. In the following weeks, the odd flare-up continued but was contained, and rainfall on the fire ground eventually led to it being declared out on 24 December 2019. By that point in time, the Liberation Trail fire had burnt over 183,000 hectares of land. This is one of the largest fires to burn in the northern region during that bushfire season, and the map on page 259 shows the total area burnt by the Liberation Trail fire. It also, Your Honour, incorporates parts of the Bees Nest fire and the Kangawalla fire. Moving then to recovery within affected communities. These opening submissions have said very little about the impact of the fire on local communities. The brief contains literally hundreds of pages of material, but not much information about the human cost of these fires. What we do know, Your Honour, is that homes and livelihoods were lost. Farming land burnt, and outbuildings and fencing and livestock were destroyed. Air quality was affected for months. People experienced asthma and other respiratory conditions triggered by poor quality air. Tourism is an important part of some of the economies within this region, and those businesses were devastated even prior to the arrival of COVID, only a couple of months later. Your Honour, it must be hard to try and come together as a community when lockdown prevents people from coming together at all. To outsiders looking for inspiring stories of resilience, it might be tempting to think that people set their mind to recovery and then follow a predictable trajectory of gradual improvement. But recovery isn't always linear, and resilience efforts can be exhausting. So no one can expect that the stories of people affected by these fires and the natural disasters that have followed might differ. Different experiences and different responses and different timeframes for different people. Circumstances forced people to adapt. The Nimboida Canoeing and Camping Centre provided accommodation to affected residents in the aftermath of the fire, and other locals would visit this centre or other camping sites that were similarly equipped for hot showers and clean water, even as they waited for repairs and rebuilds. Families moved in with other family members or with friends. People camped out on their land in caravans, in sheds, in tents, whilst working out what to do next. The Red Cross offered practical and personal assistance to communities impacted by the fire, including via financial grants. The Rural Adversity Mental Health Program assisted communities by attending evacuation centres to connect residents with appropriate care and by participating in disaster recovery activities. ABC Local Radio was identified by some as valuable sources of information during the fires, but also in the aftermath, understanding where to go and how to get help. During the police investigation that followed these fires, many people made observations about fuel loads and backburns and the role of the RFS. Not all of these observations consistent one with the other. But many people also lauded the efforts of their local RFS and out-of-town crews in attempting to prevent fires and then in response to fires. A number of residents specifically mentioned the efforts of helicopter pilots in suppressing the fires. Others lamented the fact that a chopper was not available and might have made a difference at their property if there had been one about. One resident reported calling 000 3 times, but no one came. This is the reality, Your Honour, the grim reality of an emergency of this size. You might call for help, but help might not arrive. Your Honour, I'll now tender the brief of evidence of the inquiry into the Liberation Trail fire. I understand it should be marked as Exhibit 36A.
Yes, thank you. That'll be Exhibit 36A. Thank you, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, the first witness to give evidence today will be Mr Fuliga. He gave evidence just a short while ago in relation to the Bees Nest fire and should still be online. I call for help, but help.
Mr Fuliga, can you see and hear us?
I can.
I'm just wondering about the time, Ms Ward.
Oh, I see the time. I'm sorry, I hadn't realised it would take so long. Your Honour, Mr Fuliga has another commitment that we're trying to accommodate today. If it's convenient to Your Honour, and I should have raised it with Your Honour, I'd like to finish his evidence and then take the adjournment, but I know Your Honour will need to check with court staff.
I just have a meeting at 1:30.
We'll definitely be done by then. I'm sorry, Your Honour, I should have raised that this morning.
No, that's fine.
Mr Fuliga, would you state your full name and your business address?
Yes, Mark Wentworth Fuliga, 4 Murray Rose Avenue, Sydney Olympic Park.
And amongst other things, you're qualified in wildfire investigation and employed in that role within the Rural Fire Service. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You were tasked to complete a number of fire investigation reports into a number of fires across the state in the 2019-2020 season. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And separate to that, you attended the scenes of 3 fires at the request of New South Wales long after fire ignition. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
And those were the Liberation Trail fire, Muck Creek fire and the Schultz Road fire.
That's correct.
In your statement to the court, you draw a distinction between what you would do if you were performing a fire investigation versus what you did with police in relation to these 3 fires. Why is that distinction important?
Because my role there was to assist police with their investigation into those 3 fires, not to undertake a fire investigation on behalf of the Rural Fire Service.
Well, what are the major distinctions between what you would do if you were tasked to a fire and cause and origin investigation by the RFS versus what you did with police?
If it was a fire investigation for the Rural Fire Service, we would have taken into consideration data received from the fire ground into the fire, previous fire histories, weather prior to the fire dates, and on scene canvassing of crews.
Hopefully, if tasked to conduct a cause and origin investigation by the RFS, you'd be on scene relatively proximate to the time of fire ignition.
That's correct, yes.
Which would help you interpret fire indicators, presumably still available at that point in time.
That's correct.
The longer the delay between fire ignition and you being sent out to a site, the greater the chance that fire indicators will have been lost in the interim.
That is correct, yes.
All right. I'm just going to ask you some questions based upon some photographs taken firstly at the Schultz Road fire. They're not your photographs. They were taken by the police officer who attended the scene with you. But I just want to get your assistance in interpreting the photos that are recorded within the brief. Firstly, a photo from page 144 of the brief is going to come up on screen. I'm sorry, Your Honour, I jumped into Keenly in order to get everyone finished by 1:30. Mr. Fuliga hasn't given a separate oath and affirmation. He gave an oath this morning, but I neglected to give Your Honour an opportunity to confirm that he understands he's still bound by that oath or give a further oath.
Mr. Fuliga, do you understand that you're still bound by your oath or affirmation that you gave earlier?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. Page 144 from the brief, the photograph therein, it's shortly going to come up on the screen. All right. According to the police officer who took the photo, this is a view south of Schultz Road at the intersection with, I think it's called Benjabil Road. Do you recall attending this point of Schultz Road with the relevant crime scene officer?
Yes, I do.
And he suggests that it shows advancing angle of char patterns indicating a cluster of patterns that were consistent one with each other, and suggesting that the fire was advancing from the west at this point. Do you agree with this conclusion?
I do.
He also said that the majority of wildfire directional indicators had been lost by the time you both attended the scene. Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
So this is really the best evidence available to you at the Schultz Road scene?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Okay. I'm now going to have a map from the brief at page 146 brought to the screen. Again, this is a map taken from the crime scene officer's statement. Sorry, Tanner, did I jump ahead? All right, it's coming up on the screen now. Can you see in the middle of the screen, there's the icon with the red dots representing active fire?
Yes,
And you'll see Schultz Road seems to run from north to south to the east of that active fire.
that's correct.
Now, the active fire that's recorded there, is that just active fire as reported by crews on the ground?
That would be either by crews on the ground, aircraft, or intel that would have come in. So yes, that would have been put there by someone within the IMT.
Thank you. And Mr. Fuliga, is the presence of active fire to the west of the Schultz Road consistent with the observations at the scene that you made, which had the fire progressing from the west to the east?
That's correct, yes.
At the time that you went out to this scene with the officer from FETS, the lightning data was not available, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Lightning data has since become available, hasn't it?
It has.
And does that show some strikes broadly in vicinity of the Schultz Road fire, but with no direct overlap to the general area of origin?
Yes, again, that the lightning data does show strikes around that area.
Is it the case, though, that the cause of the Schultz Road fire should remain as undetermined?
I believe so.
I mean, primarily because you were unable to identify a point of origin, which might then assist in determining a cause.
That's correct. We were unable to actually do a full scene examination due to the regrowth, and we were unable to identify any lightning struck trees or ground.
And is it the case that a similar situation arose with the Muck Creek fire? That is, there were very few indications left at the scene due to the passage of time?
That is correct, yes.
And again, is it the case that you were unable to determine a point of origin and therefore unable to determine a likely cause?
That is correct.
Therefore, should the recording for the Muck Creek fire remain as undetermined?
Yes, it should.
All right. I now want to ask you some questions about the Liberation Creek Trail fire. Mr. Fuliga, did you prepare a statement to answer some questions, particularly posed by the Council team?
I did, yes.
And do you have a copy of that statement with you?
I do.
Very well. Is it the case that when you attended the Liberation Trail scene, you examined an area where responding crews first identified active fire?
That's correct, yes.
You travelled along the trail itself, didn't you?
We did, yes.
Can you describe the layout of the scene when you arrived at the point where the responding crews had first identified active fire?
Yes, it's Liberation Trail, and that location is a ridge-top trail. When we arrived up there, there had obviously been a lot of regrowth due to the rain that had been over the period prior to the 10 months from when the fire was to when we went. It is steep and hilly country up through there, making a scene examination quite difficult.
Well, could you actually get off the trail very far?
Yeah, I was able to get off the trail probably 20 to 40 metres off the trail, but it became too dangerous to be on foot.
Is it fair to say you couldn't establish an area of origin for this fire, much less a point of origin?
Well, the only area of origin was the initial area that was identified by those crews, but certainly we could not get down to a specific or a point of origin, no.
All right. You refer in that statement at paragraph 12 to an intel report to the incident management team at around 14:40 on 27 October 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm just going to read to you the intel, a reference from the RFS log at that time. I'll just read it to you in full firstly. Slop over on Liberation Trail at GR 343870, crews requesting air support. It goes on to say, crews confident they will knock it down at this stage. Is that the intel to IMT that you were referring to in paragraph 12?
That is correct.
It refers to a slop over. What's a slop over?
That's a determination of when a fire breaks its containment line or a spot from a fire.
It also refers to some appliances, I suppose, by reference to HT 337 and 297. Are they helicopters?
They are.
And it includes some sort of grid reference, 343870. Do you know what grid that's likely to be referring to?
That's the grid reference of the midpoint in that initial fire that they identified.
You say in your statement that it's not clear to you if this reported spot over was the initial area of origin for the Liberation Trail fire.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
You're aware, aren't you, that part of the northern edge of the Bee's Nest fire was actually called the Liberation Sector?
Yes.
And from your reading of RFS intel, are you aware that crews were patrolling in the Liberation Sector in the days prior to the slop over being reported? That is
Yes.
the 27th of October?
Yes.
Very well. I'm going to ask for a map to come up on screen. This is taken from the statement of the senior constable who attended the scene with you, and it's from page 134 of the brief. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but we're moving to page 134. Are you able to see Mr. Fuliga?
Yes, I am.
All right. It seems to be a document dated the 26th of October 2019. And do you see that it shows the Liberation Trail being marked in yellow from north to south?
Yes.
And then it shows a small fire to the west of the trail, marked on this copy with the words Liberation Trail Wildfire Origin Area.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
It's that small area of fire is marked with black and white hatching. What's that represent to you?
That represents burnt ground.
Burnt ground. All right. It's possible for fire to re-emerge in areas where RFS or other firefighters think that fire may have been suppressed, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And there are some red dots to the north of the fire ground that's shown at the bottom of the map. Do you see those red dots?
Yes, I see those.
Do you know what they represent?
Yeah, hot spots.
All right.
Or hot
Now,
fire spots.
And that fire at the bottom of the map is the Bee's Nest fire, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yes, so it's the northern sector of one part of the much larger Bee's Nest fire. Would you agree with that?
I agree, yes.
So this map seems to be suggesting that there is active fire on the 26th of October to the west of the Liberation Trail.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And even though the bee's nest fire on this map is shown as black hatched burnt ground, there are clearly still active parts of the bee's nest fire.
Yes, there are.
It raises the possibility, doesn't it, that the bee's nest fire is itself may have spotted ahead in order to set what is described as a slop over, causing the Liberation Trail wildfire.
Possible, yes.
This map, though, if it is from 26 October 2019, records fire to the west of the Liberation Trail the day before the slop over report appears in the RFS log.
Yes.
Are you able to hypothesise on what sort of intel might have been available to the RFS to record the presence of this fire on the western side of the trail the day before the slop over notice is received?
No, I can't comment on that one.
Very well.
So, sorry there, I've got that map dated as the 30th.
Do you? All right, thank you. It'll be important to clarify the date. I have no hope of seeing it on my copy.
Yeah.
We're now going to bring up a map on page 253 of the brief. This is some fire progression mapping. And the first map is going to be from the 4th of November 2019. Can you see that, Mr. Fuliga?
I can, yes.
All right, that shows, doesn't it, the Liberation Trail fire on the day on which it is assigned its own name or called the Liberation Trail fire.
Yeah, that appears to be correct, yes.
Then we're just going to work backwards in time and we're going to go to the map on page 252, which is just the previous page. And this is a map from 2 to 3 November 2019. Now, when it comes into focus, can you see that map, Mr. Fuliga?
Yes, I can.
Now, am I right in thinking that those two small shaded areas to the north of the bee's nest fire represent the fire that became known as the Liberation Trail fire at a later stage?
Yes, that's correct.
Very well. Then I'm going to skip ahead and move to the map at page 247 of the brief. And I'm sorry, when I say skip ahead, I actually mean skip backwards because we're going back in time. That'll shortly come up on screen. And again, when we zero in, from this angle, it might only look like a pin drop. But can you see, Mr. Fuliga, is the fire that would become known as the Liberation Trail fire evident on this map?
Yes, it is. It's to the north of the bee's nest fire. In the middle.
All right. So, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Sorry, in the middle of the map there in the national park.
Now, this is a fire progression map for the 28th of October, so the day after the slop over from the bee's nest fire had been reported. To your knowledge, has the Rural Fire Service attempted to estimate the distance from the northern edge of the bee's nest fire and the general area of the Liberation Trail fire as shown on this map?
Yes, I think they did. I did it as well. I put it as about 1.2 kilometres from that northern edge.
Yes.
But I think our predictive services did the same, and I'll just bear with me while I just check on that. I think they had a 0.05 from the northern edge of that bee's nest fire.
So accepting that there are many variables that might affect how far a fire will spot ahead at any particular point in time, is it possible for a fire to spot a distance of up to 1.2 kilometres, being your estimate?
Yes, it is possible that a fire can spot that far.
And is it possible for a fire to spot even further, depending on conditions?
There have been recorded evidence of fire spotting further than that, yes.
All right. I'm now just going to take you to some photographs, again, taken by the officer in charge, the crime scene investigator who attended with you at the Liberation Trail fire. And I'm going to jump ahead and we're going to go to the photos at page 137 of the brief. Is it correct, Mr. Fuliga, that you and Senior Constable Powell found some drip torch burn marks and some raking around vegetation on the eastern side of the Liberation Trail when you attended?
That's correct, yes.
All right, so if we look at the two photos on screen now, figure 3 at the top of the photo is described as a view of location of drip torch burn marks on stick and raking of vegetation around eucalyptus tree. Now, do you recall seeing that at the time?
I do, yes.
All right, and then when we come down to figure 4, it's shown as a closer view of what appeared to be raking of vegetation.
That's correct, yes.
What did the raking of vegetation at the scene suggest to you?
But it was a planned backburn operation. Normally, in these types of situations, we remove the bushfire fuel from around trees so that we don't involve the tree in fire as well.
Can you infer when that planned backburn operation that led to the raking of the vegetation might have happened?
I cannot answer that one.
All right. We're going to come over then to the photos on page 138. And in particular, these are photographs said to show drip torch burn pattern on a stick.
Yep.
So firstly, the stick in situation at the top of the page. Do you recall seeing the particular stick?
I do.
And then when we zoom in on the photo at the bottom of the page, there's a what's said to be a drip torch burn pattern. Do you agree that that's a suggestion of drip torch burn pattern?
That is correct, it is.
And this was found, wasn't it, on the eastern side of Liberation Trail?
That is correct, yes.
Does that suggest something to you in terms of when this drip torch burn pattern might have occurred?
Well, it indicates at some point a decision was made to undertake backburning operations on that eastern side of Liberation Trail.
Now,
when that operation was undertaken, I cannot answer.
yes. At the time that the Liberation Trail was first called in on 27 October 2019, the evidence suggests that it was to the western side of the trail.
That is correct, yes.
That evidence is supported by the early fire progression mapping that seems to show fire confined to the western side of the Liberation Trail.
Yes, it does.
The presence of the raking and the stick with the drip torch pattern burning to the eastern side of the trail might suggest that there were backburning efforts to the east after the fire had ignited to the west. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And in fact, this evidence of backburn efforts or fire suppression efforts likely occurred as part of attempts to suppress the Liberation Trail fire, first identified on the 27th of October?
I can only surmise that that would be the case, yes.
You're not suggesting, are you, that the evidence of these fire suppression efforts to the east of the Liberation Fire Trail are in any way implicated in the commencement of the Liberation Trail fire?
No.
We know that lightning strike data was also obtained for this fire, is that right?
It was sometime afterwards, yes.
And there was a lightning strike within a broad vicinity of the Liberation Trail fire, although not necessarily neatly coinciding with the early reports of fire location. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Accepting that you did not do a cause and origin investigation by the RFS, you attended at the request of New South Wales Police and reviewed the scene and have looked at some documents in between times. What do you say as to the police evidence that the cause of the Liberation Trail fire is best recorded as undetermined?
I would agree with that determination.
Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms Ward. Mr Fuliga, I'm just going to see if there's any questions from Ms Woodland of Council.
No questions, Your Honour.
Right, again, thank you very much, Mr Fuliga.
Now, thank you, Your Honour, for allowing me to get that evidence done early. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. You're excused. We'll adjourn. We come back at 2:30?
Yes, Your Honour.
All right. 2:30, thank you.
So, please all stand. Silence, please, all stand. Court has resumed.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. I call Scott Gain.
Mr Gain, can you see and hear us?
I can, Your Honour, yes.
Excellent. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your name, rank and station?
Scott Gain, Senior Sergeant, attached to the Northern Rivers Crime Scene Services Branch.
In the course of your work with the Crime Scene Services Branch, you've prepared two statements to assist the court understand the cause and origin of two of the fires within the Liberation Trail fire cluster. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those two fires were the Black Mountain Road fire and the 1260 Road fire. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in each of those fires, you conducted a fire scene investigation, although sometime after each fire was believed to have ignited. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Senior Sergeant, if we start with the Black Mountain Road fire, how did you come to be tasked to conduct a scene investigation into that fire?
We received a request from the Coffs Clarence Police District to attend and conduct a cause and origin fire.
This was in August of 2020, is that right?
Yes, that's right. The request came through on the 12th of August.
And you, in fact, were able to respond to that request within just over a week?
Yes, just over a week, just shy of 2 weeks. We coordinated our attendance with the RFS fire investigators.
Do you know why the scene investigation occurred in August of 2020 and not earlier?
I did have early correspondence with crime managers from the Northern Rivers Police District. It appeared their response to me was that they were taking advice from local coroners and the Leoncon in the Northern Rivers in relation to what were reportable fires and what weren't reportable fires.
Yes.
And I think in the initial stages, there was an assumption made at the police district level that they didn't have reportable fires. They had some information that lightning strikes were responsible, which was passed on to them through the RFS. And so there was a delay in requesting our attendance.
Very well. The delay was certainly nothing to do with you. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Senior Sergeant, I'm going to have a map brought up on screen, which is an incident map relating to the Black Mountain Road fire from page 170 of the brief. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognise it?
I do, yes.
Was it a map that you used to guide your investigation of the scene, the likely fire scene for the Black Mountain Road fire?
Yes, that was the information that we relied on to narrow or try to narrow down an area of origin.
A map produced by the Rural Fire Service, is that right? I'm not sure if we've still got the Senior Sergeant. Senior Sergeant Gain, can you hear me?
We might have lost Senior Sergeant Gain for a moment.
So it seems.
Still connected. Senior Sergeant Gain, can you hear us? If you can hear us, I think you might have to dial out and dial in again. Is that right?
All right.
Now disconnected. Okay.
I'm just not sure how long it takes for him to come back in.
Just adjourn for a few minutes.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Silence, please. All stand. Coroners Chapter.
Try that again. Have we got Senior Sergeant Gain? There you are. You can hear us here at the court, can you, Senior Sergeant? We just couldn't hear you then.
I think my audio is. I think my audio was.
We'll just try and see how we go. And if it doesn't work, we might have to go to telephone.
Yes, we can cope with that.
We can do that, yeah.
Cope with most.
Well, we can do anything.
I'm just going to have page 170 of the brief brought back up, which was the map we were looking at before the adjournment. Sergeant, are you still able to see that map?
I can see it, yes.
Very well. Now, just before we adjourned, I asked you to confirm this is a New South Wales Rural Fire Service map. Is that right?
It is, yes. Yes, that's correct.
And can you see towards the mid right-hand side of the map another fire seems to be marked?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know what fire that is?
That's the 1260 road fire.
That was the other fire that you investigated in August of 2020. Is that right?
That's correct, on the same day.
All right. Coming back then to the Black Mountain Road fire, what impact did the passage of time have on your capacity to track fire indicators at the scene all those months later?
Look, there have been so much regrowth of vegetation and so much fall of new leaf litter and debris over the ground that the majority of fire indicators that we would use to track a fire had gone. The only fire indicators that were left were the large fire indicators, which is the angle of char on trees, which gave us an indication of the direction of fire travel.
All right, well, we might move to some of your photos of those angle of char macro indicators by bringing up page 178 of the brief. And Senior Sergeant, this is one of your photos. It's photograph 5 using your numbering. And it should also be displayed on screen. Can you see it on screen as well?
I can see it, yes.
Okay. Firstly, is this photo is described as a general view alongside a creek bed in the Black Mountain Road fire. Is the photo fairly representative of the vegetation and regrowth at the scene in general?
Yes, it is.
And does this photo display to the left-hand side the ringbark tree that you observed at the scene?
It does, yes.
We're just going to then bring up page 179, which is your photograph 6. And this is a close-up view of the ring-barked tree for the Black Mountain Road fire. Is that right?
It is, yes.
Now, why did you consider it relevant to include this photo in the course of your scene investigation report?
It was simply the fact that this was evidence that there had been human activity in this area, which was extremely remote. And on the outset, we assumed that probably only really accessed by forest workers. There was no campgrounds, there was no infrastructure or anything around to draw people there. But this damaged tree down by the creek bed demonstrated to us that there were people who frequented this area. We don't know how often and we don't know when, but there had been people there.
Do you consider it to be relevant itself to the cause of the Black Mountain Road fire?
No, I don't.
It's included because it demonstrates we can't eliminate the possibility of human presence at the general area of this fire, but it goes no further than that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed, you drew the conclusion, didn't you, that it had been ring-barked before rather than after the fire?
Yes, that's right. You can see in that photo there that there is charring inside that damaged portion of tree where it's been cut away, which is indicative of the fact that the fires passed through after the damage was caused to the tree.
Yes. All right, we're going to now bring up page 180 from the brief, which is your photograph 7. Firstly, Senior Sergeant, you've told the court you were able to use the macro indicator of angle of char. Did that help you delineate a general area of origin, although you were not able to get any further, to be any further specific about an area of origin?
It was a very broad area of origin. Through the area that we examined, consistently it appeared that the fire had been travelling south.
Yes.
And that was generally up the hill from the creek bed. But further than that, and in the exact area along the creek bed, because it was quite a large area with that same direction of travel up the banks from the creek bed. So a very large area of origin it was.
Right. So one of the things you looked at within that very large area of origin was this tree, which you suspect may have been affected by lightning. Is that correct?
It could have, yes. The damage to this tree is consistent with what you might see if a tree was struck by lightning. The splintering of the upper limbs and trunk of the tree, and those upper limbs and trunk were scattered and splintered on the ground beneath the tree. I can't rule out the fact that this was a dead tree that was the top of it was blown out by the wind, but certainly it had similar characteristics to what you might see if a tree was struck by lightning.
So is it the case that rather than entering the fire ground and tracking indicators to a point of origin and there observing a lightning struck tree, you were rather walking around a general area of origin, a rather large area of origin, and you saw this tree rather than being led to it by the fire indicators?
Exactly right, yes.
You've told Her Honour this afternoon that there was splintering at the top of the tree and some branches on the ground beneath the tree. Does the split that seems obvious to us from the top of the tree down to, excuse me, midway down the trunk, as shown on this photo, is that the sort of scarring that you might often see in a tree that's been struck by lightning?
It can be seen like that, yes. As the lightning or the electricity passes through the centre of the tree, it can cause a charring to the tree that will be clearly visible, or a split down the side of the tree. So, yes, again, that gives us an indication that it may have been struck by lightning.
Are there other potential causes for that split down the face of the tree?
Look, as I said, it may be the case that this was just a very old dead tree. There were strong winds through the area, and I don't know when this damage was caused, but strong winds may have blown the top out of the tree and caused the trunk to split like that. Yeah, I don't know. I can't draw any other conclusions on that.
Very well. Is the dark part of the splintered top evident on this photo part of the tree that had actually burnt?
No, I believe that's shadow, because that was a
Okay.
gap in the tree. It had split apart. So the photo probably doesn't do it justice, but it's a shadow created by the internal part of the trunk.
Okay. Was there evidence of rock and soil disturbance at the base of the tree?
Not that I noted.
And again, was there any way for you to track potential fire spread from the base of the tree?
only just that there was a general direction up the slope of the hill, which, if I recall, was in a sort of a south-southeast sort of direction. It to some extent appeared to follow the gradient of the land uphill.
And that's largely consistent with the macro indicators you had observed of southerly spread, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yep.
Lightning strike data became available after you had concluded your investigation at the site. And I'm going to ask for page 330-2 of the brief to be brought up on screen now. And we might just then zero in, please, on the Black Mountain Road area. Senior Sergeant, are you able to see the map as it's displayed on the screen?
Yes, I can see that.
And can you see that there are various lightning strike icons placed on the map, although nothing on the map within close proximity of the Black Mountain Road fire icon?
That's correct, yes.
Are there any potential lightning strikes within sufficient vicinity of the Black Mountain Road general area of origin, given that you didn't identify a point of origin, that might suggest that the Black Mountain Road fire was started by lightning strike?
Not on that information supplied in this map, no.
Her Honour has received evidence in the course of proceedings over the last 2 weeks, but also evidence from a crime scene, I withdraw that, evidence from a Rural Fire Service fire investigator this morning that lightning strike data is useful but not infallible in recording lightning strikes and in recording the particular location of lightning strikes. Do you have experience that permits you to form a view on that? Whether you'd agree or disagree?
Look, I can't disagree. All of our lightning strike data at present comes from RFS, which is the value in us working in tandem with RFS investigators.
Yes.
They have greater experience in the gathering of this data and its reliability. So I certainly can't refute his evidence.
Do you suggest that the cause of the Black Mountain Road fire is still best described as unascertained?
Yes, undetermined, I would call it, yes.
And indeed, the point of origin for the Black Mountain Road fire is likewise best described as undetermined. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
We'll move now to the 1260 Road fire. You also travelled to the general area of origin for that fire in August of 2020. Do you agree?
Yes, I did.
Could you give Her Honour an estimate of how far between the general area for the Black Mountain Road fire and the general area for the 1260 Road fire as the crow flies?
Yeah, as the crow flies, I would say that it's between 2 and 3 kilometres. It was 5 kilometres by road,
Yes.
and that was quite a winding track across the top of a ridge. So if you were to draw a line between the two, it would be between that 2 and 3 kilometres sort of mark.
All right. And again, with the 1260 Road investigation, no definitive evidence of fire cause was determined.
That's correct, yes.
Lightning strike remains a possibility for that fire?
It does, yes. We found similar evidence of a tree in that area.
Let's turn to the photos of that tree. I'm going to have firstly page 218 of the brief brought up on screen. Senior Sergeant, this is photograph 11 of your photos. All right, do you have that photo there?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe to the court what we're looking at and the relevance of that photo?
So again, this is the splintered remnants of the tree that was on the ground beneath what was still standing from a stump. Again, I can't rule out the fact that this was just a dead tree that was blown over by strong winds, but it did stand out as there were other dead trees that had fallen over, but they're
Yes.
largely intact. This one was splintered from the top, which made it more possible in my mind that this was a tree struck by lightning.
Was there evidence of lightning damage on those fallen tree limbs beyond the fact that they were splintered and seemed to have splintered from the top of the stump?
No, they weren't.
And then I'm going to ask for page 217 of the brief to be brought up. Senior Sergeant, photograph 10 using your numbering. And could you just describe to the court what we're looking at there? I'll just wait for it to come up on screen. It just needs to load here. There we go.
So this is the tree that was above that splintered debris on the ground. As you
Yes.
can see, one of the upper limbs, which was quite high off the ground, possibly 4 metres above ground level, that splintered limb that's fallen away from the top of the tree.
Is it fair to say that for this fire, like the Black Mountain Road fire, you were able to use macro indicators to establish where the fire had moved through, and then within that broad area, you found this tree?
That's correct. Yes.
Rather than using the micro indicators to lead you to a point of origin at the base of the tree?
Yes, this one held slightly more relevance than the
Yes.
Black Mountain Road fire. We did track downhill using the macro indicators. And in this general vicinity down here, again, quite a large area of origin, but there wasn't the angle of char high up on the trees. There was some charring low down on the trees, which was evidence of a small meandering fire that was trying to find fuel to pick up its pace. And that's what we would look for in an area of origin. The fire intensity is quite low when a fire starts, and it builds as it finds more fuels until it starts racing in the direction of the wind or up the hill. So because this was what looked like a small meandering fire sort of area, made me believe more that we'd found closer to an area of origin.
All right, so the angle of char suggesting that you're in the incipient stages of a fire.
No, sorry, angle of char you'll see as a fire's running through the bush, and it will be relatively or higher up on the trees. The angle
Yes.
of char was much closer to the ground here. So the fire was less intense as we walked down the hill.
Yes, so the lower angle of char suggesting that you might be in the vicinity of a point where the fire started rather than the fire had become established.
That's exactly right, yes.
I'm going to have, if I can, the map at 330/2, the lightning strike data, brought back up on the screen. And this time we'll zero into the 1260 road, 1260 road fire on the far right. Senior Sergeant, can you see that on screen?
I can, yes.
And there seems to be an overlap here between the location of the 1260 road fire and the lightning strike icon, at least on that map.
There is, yes.
And does that, along with your observations about the low angle of char evident in the vicinity of the struck tree at this site give you a greater level of confidence than you did in the Black Mountain Road fire that lightning might be implicated?
Yes, it does. In the absence of other explainable sources of ignition, bearing in mind the fact that a significant amount of time had passed, so some evidence would have been lost. The fact that there was a lightning strike in the area where we found this low-level incipient fire gives more weight to the fact that that could have been a likely cause.
I should ask you about the remoteness of this location. Where you found the lightning struck tree, or what you believed was the lightning struck tree for this fire, could you tell Her Honour how close it was to the nearest, for example, walking trail, or how you were able to access the scene where you found this tree?
The fire trails sort of circled this area that we conducted this examination in. So while it was steep and rocky ground, and the fire trails, I believe they were four-wheel drive access only, you certainly wouldn't have gotten in there without a four-wheel drive. It wasn't far off the trails that we conducted this investigation, you know, potentially no more than 50 metres off the fire trails. So for us, it was quite easily to access. Yeah, as far as walking trails, you know, there was no evidence that there was walking trails or anything like that that would have been frequented by members of the public. It was still very remote.
Lightning doesn't inevitably cause wildfires, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So the mere fact that we have lightning strike in the area does not of itself demonstrate that lightning has caused this fire.
That's correct, yes.
What you were trying to do in August of 2020 is assimilate a range of information to see if you could determine a cause or a point of origin for the 2060 road fire.
Yes, that's correct.
But the absence of micro indicators prevented you from fixing upon a point of origin?
It did, yes.
And that hampers your ability to reach a conclusion as to cause of the fire, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the loss of evidence, you know, because of that passage of time can't be accounted for. You know, we don't know what was there 10 months earlier.
Even taking into account the lightning strike data that is now available, where do we end up, Senior Sergeant? Is the fire, in your view, best described as being of an undetermined cause and origin, or does the degree of confidence move so that you would opine that it's actually been caused by the lightning strike?
No, I would still describe it as undetermined, with a cause of fire by lightning not being able to be eliminated.
Your Honour, those are my questions for this witness.
Thank you. Senior Sergeant, I'm just going to see if there's any questions from Ms Woodland of Council.
Thank you, Your Honour.
No questions, Your Honour.
All right. Thanks very much, Senior Sergeant. That's the end of your evidence, so you are now excused. I really appreciate you making yourself available today.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that's the close of the evidence in the inquiry into the Liberation Trail fire. Your Honour now has the benefit of the documentary material contained within the brief of evidence, which has been marked as Exhibit 36A, as well as the evidence you've heard today from RFS Fire Investigator Muck Fuller, and as you've just heard from Police Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command Officer, Senior Sergeant Scott Gain. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address Your Honour as to the cause and origin of the Liberation Trail fire. In that regard, I can foreshadow formal submissions are likely to be made as follows. Firstly, in the absence of an early cause and origin investigation, both the cause and origin of the Liberation Trail fire are undetermined. A precise point of origin of the fire could not be established due to the passage of time and as a result of the steep terrain on the western side of the Liberation Trail, which prevented investigators from fully accessing the area where the fire may have commenced. The fire was potentially linked to the Bee's Nest fire, which was itself believed to have started as a result of lightning strike. As of 9 November 2019, the following 4 smaller fires joined the Liberation Trail fire to form one large fire, which we have grouped together collectively as the Liberation Trail fire. So separately, the Schultz Road fire started on 25 October 2019 in bushland off Schultz Road, Nimboida, within the Ellis State Forest. A point of origin could not be determined due to the passage of time, resulting in the majority of wildfire directional indicators being lost, and the steep terrain which hampered access for an investigation into the area of origin. The absence of a point of origin meant that certain potential causes have not been ruled out, and the cause of the Schultz Road fire is therefore undetermined. Next, the Muck Creek fire started on 25 October 2019 in the Clouds Creek State Forest. Its point of origin could not be determined due to the passage of time, leading to vegetation regrowth at the scene. A number of potential causes were eliminated, but others could not be ruled out, and the cause of the Muck Creek fire is undetermined. Next, the Black Mountain Road fire started on 25 October 2019 in the Kangaroo River State Forest, and the cause of that fire is undetermined. Finally, the 1260 Road fire started on 25 October 2019 also in the Kangaroo River State Forest, and the cause of that fire is undetermined. Your Honour, that's the close of the proceedings for today, but the court will reconvene tomorrow, I think at 10 o'clock, for the fire inquiries into the Cayenne Road fire.
Thank you, and we have the inquest as well.
It's not one of my investigations, but I do understand there's a related inquest tomorrow.
All right, thanks very much, Ms Ward. We'll adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Please not stand. This Coroners Court is now adjourned.